Quick sound check for our Greek participant Styliani. Quick sound check, please. Styliani, if you could just unmute your microphone. Yes, Styliani, if you could just unmute your microphone because you will have a presentation. Just to have a little sound check. Styliani. Samo kratka uputa za naše sudionike. Svi oni koji nisu panelisti ne mogu uključiti mikrofon, a mogu vidjeti naravno sve što se događa. So also for Stella Rubetti, since you are not an active speaker, or am I wrong? Stella, if you could activate your microphone so that we can test you. So only active participants can join with microphone and their video. Thank you very much.
Hello, dear guests and all participants here online and on site in Poreču. We are really glad that we couldn't manage to organize this hybrid event today for our third Transnational Policy Exchange workshop here in Poreču within the WinterMed project. The event is here in Croatia, and I will start to talk in Croatian language, and we will also start our opening session today. So please, if you can put your headphones on from your mobile phone, and then you will see and hear our translation from Croatian to English language. Ovim putem čast mi je pozvati ispred Ministarstva.
It is my honor to invite Ms. Head of the Sector for Special Forms of Tourism, Analytics, Innovation and Sustainable Development, Ms. Jelena Šobat. We are very glad to have you here, and she will join us online. Yes, we can hear you. Slight technical difficulties. Once again, hello everyone. Dear participants, dear guests, colleagues, we greet you. Please allow me to wish welcome to all the participants, to have a great day. And we all wish to tackle the problem of over-tourism during summer months. And we feel the necessity to entice the cooperation and coordination between our insular and touristic destinations. Instead of being together in person, we have to gather this way, which is a shame, but I hope this will be a problem we will overcome in time. This is the new normal situation, as we all know. And independently of this, I think that physical distance is not the reason that we cannot have a good discussion today and draw some conclusions that can help us to help our islands. Croatian tourism, as the tourism all over Croatian basin, as you all know, goes through a very difficult time, through a challenging time with the pandemic, and this has left consequences on world and global economy, and thus also the tourism. And in the goals that we have set within the strategy for sustainable tourism, we want to bring a strategy for a more sustainable tourism, and we also hope that this could be an additional source of inspiration for all our members. Everyone has the necessity to pass to the sustainable and more prolonged, not only seasonal tourism, not only the tourist destinations, but those who wish to become tourist destinations. So this project gives an innovative solutions for increase of solutions in the technical sectors and tourist sectors as a key sector to reduce seasonality. So one of the key moments within is this possibilitating the yearly tourism strategy. And so this is why we wanted to organize this panel. And I believe that this is a great start of creating a network for cooperation. And I think that this will be even better in the upcoming future. I would like to thank you all once again for joining. Thank you, Mrs. Šobat, for joining us here today and hosted us with your presence. And now we would like to continue with Mrs. Favola Pascal. Thank you for joining us On behalf of the Interreg Med project program, we would like to ask her to tell something to our participants to greet us all. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. Well, it is a pleasure to participate to this third transnational seminar of the WinterMed project that is, of course, contributing to develop a more sustainable tourism in the Mediterranean. And as it was mentioned in today's agenda, actions to tackle tourism seasonality with its harmful effects on environment, social and economic situations of citizens. It is in line with the European strategy for tourism. And this is also what the Interreg Med program is searching to tackle through its working axis focused on reducing the impact of human activities on environmental and cultural heritage, and also ensuring a better protection of natural resources. And indeed, the program pays a specific attention to maritime and coastal areas that represent key challenges in the Mediterranean regions, and more precisely here in the island and the low density areas. And for this, the program searches both concrete and transferable solutions but starting from existing results, just as the test, transfer, and capitalization WinterMed project does. And building on existing initiatives and tested solutions, as you are doing, thanks to the presentations from projects present today and other actors like those also present today and at the previous seminar, everything will complete the work already done to enhance sustainable and responsible tourism management. And at the local level, the improvement of the regional action plans will be one of the main results. And this joint work is also part of a joint transnational strategy, the WinterMed strategy, that will also integrate tourism development into wider strategies. And for us, this work is important because it will complement the results supported and promoted by the Sustainable Tourism Thematic Community, but it will also serve as a basis for our future Interreg Euromed program for the period 2021-2027, where we intend to capitalize from the start, meaning that an element of capitalization must be present in all new projects. And in this way, the future projects will be able to benefit from previous experiences in order to respond to the new program transversal mission that we call Enhancing Sustainable Tourism. So I wish you today a very fruitful workshop to continue the reflection, to feed the most adapted strategy of year-round tourism for the Mediterranean island, and to lead to its effective implementation. So thank you in advance for your work.
Thank you very much for joining our project. Thank you for following our activities and for monitoring them. And thank you once again for joining us online today. And now it is an honor to invite our director of the Institute of Agriculture and Tourism, Mr. Dejan Ban. I will kindly ask him to take the floor. Dear guests, project partners, lecturers, dear friends, it is a pleasure I will take off my mask. It is a pleasure to be able to greet you all as host in my personal name and on behalf of the Institute of Agriculture and Tourism, and thank you all for participating in our WinterMed Interregional Mediterranean workshop. Thank you for showing with your participation, your interest for participating in this project. And I would like to just say a few words on the Institute Institute on Agriculture and Tourism in Croatia, which is a participant in this project. The institute within the years has changed its name, its activities and research, and under its today's name, it acts from 6 March 1979. Since 1996, it's the Science Institute of the Republic of Croatia, and in the year 2000 we have celebrated a valuable anniversary. We are very glad to be able to transfer the knowledges we gather in tourism in the form, and we're looking at the future of sustainable tourism. We wish to connect agriculture and tourism. I think this is a great value. I would also like to say that the institute has been recognized because it has been recognized as valuable, bringing valuable knowledge, which contributes to the development of regional and local communities. And sustainable development of tourism is the topic of many research that we have made within the framework of science. And so during the diverse research, one of them is Intermed. I think it will be very important to gather ideas to entice answers to some issues in the tourist destination. So I think that many tools that we have and that we have gathered within the framework of the project in the destinations will be valuable, especially those that we have gathered during COVID crisis. We will also speak about the possibilities of coordination and financing and collaboration with other countries, especially on working with tackling these issues. And I thought to entice all partners in tourism to exchange their experiences, to resolve all the issues of challenges in insular areas. I would like to welcome you all once again, and to our project partners and all guests, you please have a nice day here in Poreč.
Zahvaljujemo se ravnatelju instituta.
I'd like to thank the director of the Institute for speaking to our guests and participants. We will move on to Mrs. Elena Conti, who is head of the lead partner, head of European Policies Unit, Association of Tuscan Municipalities. Please, Mrs. Conti, join us and please say a few words to our participants.
I bring greetings from the president and the director of ANCI Toscana. As many of you know, ANCI Toscana is the Association of Tuscan Municipalities and represent them in the definition of regional and national policies of interest, including those related to tourism. I thank the Institute of Agriculture and Tourism for organizing this event with the phygital mode. It is a challenging choice that looks ahead and find us ready to live with our luggage, not only for project meetings, but above all, to return to our tourist destinations, practicing the sustainable tourism we are working on with our WinterMed project. This is the first work trip after 18 months of smart working. And believe me, I'm really excited to be here with you to start over. I proceed with my welcome speech in Italian, and I thank the organization that provided the interpretation. Con il progetto WinterMed abbiamo avuto...
With the WinterMed project, we have had the opportunity to face a very challenging phase that we had to go through in the last 18 months. It's been a difficult time for all tourist destinations, but specifically for islands and coastal regions. This workshop gives us the chance to discuss and think all together about how to face future challenges and how to define economic strategies. First of all, we have to face the sustainability challenge. And in the context of WinterMed, we didn't only speak about sustainable tourism, but also seasonality. We've also discussed quality of life on these islands, about services to tourists as well as to citizens and companies. We've talked about welfare and health. We've discussed conservation of our land and biodiversity conservation. So we've gone far beyond sustainable tourism, which is in itself a very worthy objective. Thanks to transnational cooperation, we've been able to discuss all of this and to emphasize the shared identity of the Mediterranean islands that share a great heritage. And today we know we are able to achieve great tourist destinations that will be able to attract several tourists that look for incredible experiences that only the Mediterranean can offer. Thanks to transnational cooperation, we've been able to see that the most resilient tourist destinations were exactly those that already developed sustainable tourism well before this became trendy. So we've been able to exchange experiences, talk about the effectiveness of the measures that we had put in place. Wintermed has offered us and will offer us in the future the opportunity to face altogether the challenges and make our destinations more resilient, less seasonal. The strategy that will be presented today will make our islands recognizable destinations, original destinations that will offer a wide array of cultural and touristic experiences. The 2014-2020 European programming period has enriched us and has enabled us to develop several strategies that we will put in place and that will help us also in the future. Sustainability will remain a key goal also in the 2021-27 programming period. Sustainability is at the center of several of our programs, especially the transnational collaboration programs. The approach we took in the WinterMed project towards sustainable tourism was very topical, and it's in line with Objective 4 of ERDF 2001-2027, a more inclusive and sustainable Europe. Also in the context of the European social pillar, contributing to enhancing the role of culture and tourism in social development and innovation. And I would like to underline the role of sustainable tourism in the context of social inclusion and innovation, because I'm deeply convinced that WinterMed is doing a lot in this regard. The sustainability strategy that will be presented very soon by Nagore Espinosa is grounded on social and environmental sustainability, and it's in line with the European sustainability strategy. It takes into account the well-being of tourists as well as citizens, of the environment, of the importance of diversity that is key for our destinations, and favors economic development as well as a holistic approach towards development. I would like to conclude by saying that WinterMed is a very important experiment of capitalization of the actions that were put in place, not just in the WinterMed program, but also in other territorial cooperation programs concerning the Mediterranean area, just like the Maritime Transnational Program. In this sense, I believe that WinterMed will give an important contribution in the reflection that is going on right now concerning new forms of collaboration and complementarity between the different Interreg programs, especially those that are connected to the Mediterranean. I hope I have contributed to our debate concerning the future of WinterMed. I would really like to thank the extraordinary team of the Institute of Agriculture and Tourism for organizing this event. I wish you all a very good work and an excellent day. Thank you.
Hvala puno, gospođo Elena Conti, što ste se danas...
Thank you to Ms. Elena Conti for the opportunity to be able to talk about this. Now we are moving on to the presentation of transnational year-round tourism strategy for Mediterranean islands destination. It will be presented by Dr. Nagora Espinosa. Before that, I would just emphasize that all of those who need translation, you can join to translation by your phones and by using your headset.
Thank you very much for inviting me to present the strategy here. It's an output of WinterMed. I just hope that you are hearing me okay.
Everything is perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll proceed to share my screen. All right, so as part of, as Ms. Conti was saying, one of the outputs of this project, after the different regions being part of the project, having working on the regional action plans, sorry for that, it seems that okay, I'll present again. All right, there you go. So there are a set of regions, as Ms. Conti was saying, that you are part of WinterMed. I'm basically supporting Anci Toscana on this work, and these regions actually did the work to go through the process of with different stakeholders thinking on where do they want to go, which is the vision that they have for their different island destinations, and how do they intend to achieve these year-round tourism in a transnational perspective and collaboration, and certain exchanges were developed among the different islands and obviously the regions from different countries. So based on that, and also of course on the fact that we want this territory, not just the northern part of the Mediterranean, but the full Mediterranean to be working as one, is where this strategy comes. The strategy is a long document, so I'm not going to be presenting every single page, as you might imagine, of the strategy. I'm going to be concentrating on the key messages of it. Okay, so I'm not going to bore you with details in terms of what the islands means, but clearly we need to think that this is not a strategy for mainland destinations, but it's thought from the perspective of island destinations. And their island characteristics are marvelous in many ways. Certainly they are, because many of the people of the society in the world actually prefer to go to an island in terms of tourism, mostly in a certain period of the year, because they have this natural biodiversity and scenery and sunsets. And so but because we desire islands as visitors to go to during the summer period, and then probably from May to October, we are putting the Mediterranean as the first tourism destination in the world, and the islands within the Mediterranean, because they are islands, they have even more pressures than the mainlands of the Mediterranean. Even if I'm aware, of course, that islands, many of them are part of a country that actually has a portion of mainland as well. the thing is that we are damaging the basing because of the kind of tourism that we are developing that is not so sustainable in its broadest sense, and the type of visitor that we are also I would say trying to attract, and also the one that actually comes without us doing any exercise of marketing towards them, is one that is not discerning, that is not actually looking for that specificity on sustainability and how can they contribute, how can they give back to the destinations. So we find ourselves in a situation that is, in a biodiversity perspective, quite dangerous for the destinations, but also from the perspective of the sustainability in terms of social sustainability as well, in the balance between and the coexistence between residents and visitors. And islands have plenty of opportunities. Are places that, of course, are suffering from certain lack of resources, certain issues in terms of connectivity and lack of bargaining power on their own, and but they have all the opportunity because of their history in terms of this culture of commerce and entrepreneurship, the quality food production, diverse tourism offer. Of course, not just during summer, it's just that simply the demand only things on the summer perspective, and plenty other opportunities. So based on that, and of course, taking into account, I'm not going to bore you with that, but of course, the strategy takes into account, as Ms. Conti was saying, the EU strategy for sustainable tourism development, the SDGs, the UN SDGs 2030, obviously the COVID-19 impact and how our tourism sector everywhere, but obviously especially on islands in the Mediterranean, was hit hard, and how it's trying to recover, and how in some parts we are also suffering the over tourism that we were already suffering by summer 2021. And other places that were not suffering this over tourism since people couldn't move away, that also suffering this over tourism. We're taking into account climate change that in islands has a very critical impact, and we are intending this strategy to be, as the keywords that it says in its title, if you think it through there, you have quite relevant words. Transnational, so we're talking cross-border collaboration, year-round tourism, and we're talking sustainable year-round tourism, and of course in Mediterranean islands. So here we have a set of overarching goals, strategic axis and instrumental axis. So the strategic and the instrumental axis allow us to get to the overarching goals, and the overarching goals are mostly focused on the transnational perspective. So I'm not going to read you this, but the key point of the vision is that the destination, thinking on island destinations of the Mediterranean, not just in the northern part, full Mediterranean, we need to be looking towards discerning travelers, discerning visitors that select our destinations. And in that perspective, in order to be year-round, it needs to be far beyond the sand and beach and the sand perspective. So obviously, thinking on the heritage and the ancient culture and the folklore and the cuisine, exciting outdoor activities, and we are always thinking on paying activities, not the free activities. That is perfect and is relevant that they are there, but what we're looking for is creating employment and sustain employment across the year. That's why we're thinking on year-round tourism, and we're aiming for that. And this should be helping to the destination to have funds to be resilient in front of different crises, let it be more pandemics in the future, or the continuous warming up of the world in terms of the climate change and rising level of the sea, and storms and hurricanes and so on and so forth, and floodings and so on. So obviously, if this is the vision that we are aiming for, the mission is very clear. We need to be leading it, not me. The destinations, island destinations in the Mediterranean have to be leading that with the other countries that are around. So it cannot be just one part of the Mediterranean doing this. But if that's the case, your neighbor destination is still going, for instance, for the volume perspective of more and more visitors, then it's damaging the whole of the basin. So this is a key principle when we're thinking of transnational and cross-border collaboration. So in terms of the values, I'm not going to be defining the values. They are self-explanatory and they're explaining the strategy. But just to make sure that each of the single activities and measures and objectives that are through in this strategy have to be fulfilling with this idea, in the sense that quite self-explanatory. We use the word sustainable very much, and we often forget what it means, but it really, really has to be seen that the activities that we are developing in the framework of this strategy actually contribute to sustainability, as Ms. Conti was saying, in the full sense of it. So not just environmental, social, and economic, but of course in a governance perspective and in territorial perspective. Why do I mean territorial? Because it's not the same a single square on a Tuesday in December where there's no festivities there, concern or compared to Saturday noon on July, no, or August. Inclusive, it's pretty self-explanatory as well. We need to be taking care of our resident population, and probably the loneliness that is felt by the elderly, the youth that are looking for employment and they're having difficulties finding employment, so on and so forth. So these values have to be crossed. And the overarching goals, what they are trying to address specifically is this first word of the strategy, which is transnational, which is called cross-border. And we are one Mediterranean Sea, but we are tending not to act as a one Mediterranean Sea. And in this sense, the overarching goals, as you can see in this image, what it's aiming for is joint development of sustainable year-round tourism. Joint meaning really joint in terms of cross-border collaboration, north, east, south, west of the Mediterranean. Regional cohesion and integration. So if we are not working in cohesion perspective in terms of safety and health and plenty other synergies and activities that we can work together, it won't work because of what I was saying. If the demand that we don't want to attract is being appealed by our neighbor destination, we are again destroying the basin, and it's the same basin that we are sharing. And ownership, we really need to own the tourism sector, but not only the tourism sector on its own, but as I will comment later on, as a linkage to many other sectors and synergies that we have to develop. So I will get now into the strategic axis and instrumental axis, but what I want to explain out of this image is that it's pretty relevant and we understand it as a whole, in the sense that if we just work, imagine if you see in the image funding is great. It's a facilitator of what are we going to be doing with that funding. If what we're funding is a kind of a project that is trying to make us innovative, but we are not working in a transnational perspective, and we're not working in cohesion with other destinations, we are not actually working in this idea of transnational and trying to work towards the improvement and raising the bar for the full of the Mediterranean. So that's why I'm insisting on a full comprehensive perspective of vision on how to work on this, going from this current situation where we are disconnected to the desired situation where we are connected destinations, one Mediterranean, and we're acting as one. So the overarching goals, as I said, the key aim here is the transnational perspective, okay? So what I would put as an example is that very often, and we felt it in different situations, and in not like 20 years ago, but just less than 10 years ago. If you think on, we're working on sustainability, so we are creating our beaches, their beaches are green, and we are collecting waste, and we are managing waste, and we are managing biodiversity, and we're working on our coral reefs to be rejuvenated and restored and conserved, and so. And this is you in your portion, in your island, and then your neighboring island is not working on any of that and is doing a full marketing perspective on whoever, I don't care who, but you're welcome in my island. Whether you destroy the coral reef or not, the result is your private sector of your destination is going to be mad at you because you're limiting things, and your neighbor island is actually going full word for every person in the world, and the private sector there is, they're living it today. They're destroying it tomorrow, but they're living it today. And your private sector is going to be really mad at you because they want the other approach. So that's why these overarching goals are the ones that I'm talking about, are raising the bar in terms of really transnational perspective in terms of working and cross-border collaboration, so that the sustainability approach that we give is not just transforming tiny things on our business, but are actually governance perspective on how we jointly work on the sustainability, and this impacts a very surgical marketing to try to find those discerning travelers that are supporting the sustainable development of our destinations. Within the strategic axis, here what we're actually looking at is what it implies for achieving this year-round tourism in terms of product development, in terms of capacity building, and so on. The capacity building and so is worked on the instrumental, in the sense that strategic axes are the way forward to achieve year-round tourism, but without that part that is instrumental, we cannot actually achieve it. So it's a part of a puzzle, strategic and instrumental. So on the strategic axis, this is what we're working on. Since we are islands, connectivity, as you know, is very relevant, and block negotiation on the transnational and cross-border perspective is pretty relevant. Linkage with other sectors. We should not be aiming for being monocultive economic development, so just one single industry, or in our case 13 industries within the economic sector, the one that is developing our GDP of our islands. We should be looking into different sectors that are developed there, so technology based or textile, or rather connected to agriculture and other farming activities that we might be doing, and this is all connected, and we have different types of customer personas and buyer personas that are actually strengthening these links within the different sectors of our islands. That makes our GDP stronger and our employment stronger for our residents and host community, which is our core focus. Probably you're surprised that in a strategy that is concerning tourism, we are including biodiversity and waste management specifically, and urban planning and development. But this is key because many of the exercises on urban planning that were done in the past, that those are the ones that we are having now in our islands, we're not thinking on the perspective of the well-being of the resident. Rather, it was quite a lot thinking on the development towards the economic perspective. And if you allow me the word, also destroying part of our nature in many cases. So we need to keep working on the urban planning and development from this perspective of sustainability and year-round tourism, and putting the resident in the center. And this fully concerns with the biodiversity and waste management that we have to be doing, so that sustainability being a real sustainability that residents, the environment, and the economy can actually feel. For each of the different strategic axes and instrumental axes, there are a set of objectives and measures. There are also indicators and who's responsible and a calendar. If we're talking about instrumental axis again, they're working towards this year-round tourism and achieving it. And these are the different areas that we're working on. So these are instrumental because on the strategic ones, we are defining how are going to be competitive, how are going to be better connected, how are we going to be connecting with other sectors. And the instrumental axis, we actually move that down to the various specifics on, okay, so we probably have to raise the skill set of our micro SMEs that are the basis of the business sector in our islands. We really need to have a circular business intelligence in terms of continuously collecting data that actually allows us to make decisions to readjust our marketing in a very surgical perspective, so very specific, readjust our management and governance. And certainly communication and marketing, as I was saying, in product development, we really need to adjust and create new products across the year for a specific type of buyer persona that is going to be relevant for us in January, in February, in March, and December and November, right? So this is the key perspective of the strategy, is fully aligned with the UN 2030 agenda and with the different strategies, regulations, and directives that the EU has concerning the environment and the sustainable tourism development. So thank you very much for your time. I hope you have the time to actually read this strategy, and I'll be getting your feedback. Very happy to receive it. Thank you very much.
Puno hvala Nagore na ovoj
Thank you very much, Nagore, for this very interesting and detailed presentation of our strategy that has been created within the WinterMed program. And now we will go on to our first session, our first discussion, which is called Encouraging Responsible Behaviors at Destinations, Best Practices from MED projects. It is my honor to invite the Chief Executive Officer of the Energy and Water Agency, Mr. Manuel Sapiano, to join us from Malta and to present his Consume Less Plus model. Thank you, Mr. Sapiano. The floor is yours.
Okay, so good day to all, and I will talk about this Consumeless project. But actually, before delving into the project, it's interesting to look at what the project addresses. We have a lot of projects which address like tourism destinations, the tourism big product. And it's important because there's major players in the tourism sector which affect the sector and how it develops itself. But this project tried to focus on something which I believe is Mediterranean, which are the small entities, the family-run businesses, so the fabric of the tourism sector in the Mediterranean, which most of the times is family-run. So not just the big hotel from an international chain, which is there as a reality and is important, but also the small souvenir shop, the small restaurant, and the small guest house, which usually don't have the resources to do environmental management systems like the big entities. And therefore, through this community-based approach, this project tries to develop something different. Obviously, it is based on a previous project because this is a capitalization project. So the Consume Less project, which developed this model, and as we can look, so slides. Okay, so next slide, please. So basically, we're looking at this capitalization project. So around 400,000 euro as a budget, almost just over 1 year, with 6 partners. And the scope of this project is actually to develop this model, which targets these small organizations, this community aspect of tourism, and transferring this model into another territories, other 4 territories, which therefore will adopt this, will have to adopt this different operational model, which basically is that we can do more, but in the same time, we can leave a lower impact on our surroundings. Next slide. Obviously, why this model? When we started the Consume Less project, we were living in the old normal. Today, these projects like Consume Less, and important that in the Interreg program, it's not just, there's a number of projects dealing with this important sector, which is tourism. We're looking at a sector which has been highly impacted by the COVID pandemic. We're seeing a population which has been highly impacted, and therefore even the choices of people will be influenced by what happened during the last 2 years. And therefore, we have a sector which has to react, which has to change. There's been restrictions on travel, restrictions on business, and therefore this financial, I would say financial hit on the sector is felt. And we need, as a Mediterranean, we need as countries, we need as authorities to see that this sector can relaunch itself, but relaunch itself in an environmentally friendly way. And once more, it's all the sector which has to relaunch in this way, not just the big chains. And basically, once more, we're trying to look at how we can support these small and medium enterprises, particularly the micro SMEs, which are very important in the tourism sector. Looking at the structure of the project itself, so next slide, please. The project is led by the Energy and Water Agency and involves as a technical partner Ambient Italia, and then we have the 4 replicating partners which are located in Cyprus, Croatia, Montenegro, and Nice. And therefore, here we're looking at extending this model, this consumeless model, into four other areas, and therefore trying to give it this transnational Mediterranean dimension. What is this model? So please, next slide, which has a video. I'll stop for short.
The consumerless approach that aims at improving a more sustainable tourism in a territory requires a clear commitment to implement a shared project that is able to involve either the public sector and private stakeholders. The Consumeless Committee, the operational body, is in charge of managing this shared project. It is formed by members of the public administration and local key actors representing tourist and environmental sectors, signing a commitment to work together. As a first step, a Consumeless Med label is created in order to identify the local tourist facilities committing themselves to increase their environmental sustainability and to raise the awareness of their customers, save water, reduce waste, save energy, respect nature. The Consumeless Committee provides technical support to the hotels, B&Bs, bars and restaurants, shops and campsites interested in applying the label, and awards the ones that comply with the label's criteria. Furthermore, it selects demonstrative measures aimed at reducing water and energy consumption or waste production that have a high visibility for tourists. The Consumeless Committee chooses the measures and supports their economic and technical development. All these actions contribute to define a consumeless tourist destination that need to be promoted through a local advertising campaign that shows tourists how to enjoy the natural and cultural heritage and the local products in a sustainable way. The communication campaign is implemented through the tools designed by the Consume Less project to support the production of gadgets, posters and brochures, the making of short videos and interviews to local testimonials, the organisation of atypical events involving and increasing the awareness of tourists. The territory, enjoying the Consumeless network, increases its capacities to promote itself as a sustainable tourist destination. What is the following step? To communicate not only at the local level, but also locally and globally, the Consumeless destination, through the support of regional and national authorities, assuming the Consumeless approach as a reference to enhance sustainable tourism. The most suitable promotional tools and channels according to the different tourist targets identified. The Consumeless Med platform. Join us and spread the Consumeless idea of a more sustainable tourism, giving the opportunity to experience and enjoy the real identity of a territory, respecting it.
Okay, so next slide, please. So therefore, if we look at this project, the objectives of this project look towards enhancing the sustainability of tourism in the Mediterranean area. It's important to also know that this project can work in parallel and synergies with other initiatives in the tourism sector by focusing actually on the local scenario. So it is not an exclusive project, but a project which tries to adhere to other initiatives and support those initiatives by providing that specific focus to the small tourism activities. Also, the project seeks to raise this aspect of the importance of how we are going to relaunch our tourism sector, join the debate, and also broaden the aspect of environmental management in tourism to the whole strength, to the whole breadth of tourism enterprises, which after all are required because if we need to increase competitivity, if we need to diversify our tourism product, we need as much as possible a diverse sector. Next slide, please. So, as we saw in the video, how is this done? So first of all, we're looking at targeting these small SMEs, these micro SMEs, and we need to encourage them to innovate and to invest in sustainability. And we can do this through this whole process, which supports and promotes these entities, these small entities, which adopt these principles. Obviously, this cannot be done in isolation. This has been done within a framework where the community is in. So therefore, is the aspect of the local committee, so the involvement of the local business community so that this message is shared. It's not just a single entity, it's not just a single shop, a single hotel, but it's trying to look at the whole business scenario to move together. And therefore, this working together is important. And now this model of, let's say, community approach towards sustainability is also being done will be promoted in these 4 new MED regions, which are Croatia, Montenegro, and France and Cyprus during this year. And therefore, this is, I would call it an enthusiasm. This is generating enthusiasm towards working at sustainability within the local business community. So this is a joint effort which can get this approach and move forward. Next slide, please. And therefore, to close off the presentation, I would say that what are the important principles of this project? First of all, is the linkages between the public sector and the private sector. Not the public sector working alone or the private sector working on its side, but getting this committee, getting the public and the private sector together and looking at tangible measures, not just philosophy, but these small measures which can make a difference and which can make a difference bottom up from these very small entities. This is the, let's say, the main thrust of this project. In fact, if we look at, next slide, if we look at the context which the projects put in, first of all, it is this commitment, this sharing of principles which needs to be established. Then there is the label, there is the measures, and there is the campaign, which work to reinforce this commitment and therefore to develop a marketing strategy which can help, which can promote those entities which are joining this process. And therefore, this cumulative, this comprehensive strategy would support those businesses which are becoming more sustainable, also today, more importantly, in a world which is becoming more aware of the need to be sustainable. And therefore, this label, next slide, please, which is assigned to these different entities, which range, as we can see, from, let's say, the real widespread aspect of the tourism sector, so going down to the small restaurant, to the small cafe, to the small souvenir shop, to the small accommodation facility. So it's trying to get all these actors together to make small changes. Sometimes in a souvenir shop, it's just changing the lights or changing plastic bags to paper bags. It's very small measures, but those small measures over these large number of entities, which are the fabric, which are the mainstay of our tourism sector, can help make a difference. And that is why I said that this project is complementary to other actions which possibly deal with policies in the tourism sector by making these tangible changes in these institutions and therefore contributing to make a tangible change to tourism, but to, let's say, adapt it to the tourism sector as it is in the Mediterranean. Next slide, which actually says thank you, and any questions, more than willing to answer them.
Thank you very much, Manuel Sapiano. Hvala puno što ste se ovdje danas pridružili.
Thank you for joining us today in Poreč with us. And thank you to Ms. Giulia Banello, who is also at the project Consume Less Plus, and the Institute is one of the partners. Therefore, we are really proud to be a part of the project. As for the questions, if you have a question at the end of the session, I'm going to ask you to place your question into chat.
So we will wait until the session finishes, and then we will try to ask our participants to make some questions, and we will let you know. Thank you very much. Sada bi nastavili dalje sa prvom.
Now we will go on with the first session. I would like to invite now Miss Stiljani Zaiferopoulou. I hope I pronounced this well. I would like to invite her to present us Inherit project. Thank you.
Good morning from region of Peloponnese. Could you hear me?
Yes, everything is perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's start.
If we just could get the full slide mode, if you press the icon at the bottom, bottom, down, down, down. There at the right, you see a little, press on this little icon to have a full screen mode. You see the percentage, and on the left side of the percentage, you have the icon for full screen mode, please. Down at the bottom.
Down, yes.
Yes.
Right.
Right, where you see the percentage. Yes, 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 right. Yes, right. Here, no, left, sorry. Here. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Inherit sustainable tourism strategies to conserve and valorize the Mediterranean coastal and maritime natural heritage. The Inherit project's challenges. The natural heritage of the Mediterranean maritime and coastal areas is often degraded due to tourism activities, construction overruns, waste, water wastage, erosion, and desertification, biodiversity loss, seasonal congestion. A new tourism development strategy is needed that will prioritize the protection of the natural heritage and will utilize it to develop new tourism activities with a sustainable character that complements the existing tourism development. The Inherit approach. Integration of natural heritage protection and related activities in integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial planning. Promotion of sustainable tourism activities. Harmonization of tourism and natural heritage protection policies in the Mediterranean. Adoption of measures for the protection of natural heritage by the tourism industry. Creation of model areas where the Inherit approach and its interregional management mechanism is implemented, Inheritura areas. Creation of the Inheritura network comprised by all respective regions. Inspired by the Natura 2000 network. Creation of multi-destination itineraries in the Inheritura network which highlight natural heritage sites across the Mediterranean. The Inherit project structure. There are 6 packages. Work package 1 is project management. Work package 2, project communication. Work package 3, starting. Work package 4, testing. Work package 5, transferring. And work package 6, capitalizing. The Inherit consortium. Country Greece is the region of Peloponnese. Croatia, Ministry of Tourism and Sport. Italy, Emilia-Romagna. Spain, region of Murcia. Italy, Puglia region. France, Department Council of Herol. Slovenia, Isola. Cyprus, Larnaca. Malta, Malta Regional Development Dialogue Foundation. France, International Association for Mediterranean Forests. Spain, Seneca Foundation. Greece, University of Patras. Croatia, Institute of Agriculture and Tourism. Montenegro, Park Dinarides. Portugal, Myrtle Heritage Protection Organization. Testing pilot for the establishment of the first Inheritura areas. A key component of the Inherit approach is the establishment of the Inheritura protected area concept of designated areas where touristic activities will occur under enhanced protection of natural heritage with attribution of the corresponding label to ensure visibility and function as a seal of high-level tourism sustainability. Inherit Activity 311 provided the specifications for selecting and developing inheritura areas by offering a list of criteria for selecting inheritura areas. Pilot Activity 4.7 tested the materials developed in A311 and identified shortcomings. One of its main goals was to establish at least 5 inheritura areas, which was achieved. The application process. In order to apply for the inheritura label, an applicant must take the following steps. First, sign and endorse a commitment charter. Second, carry out the application process by providing all relevant information required to assess the candidature of the proposed area is provided. Third, the Inheritura Committee, IC, must evaluate the activity partner's application and assign a score according to the methodology developed in A311. The Inheritura Committee is the management organism selected by the Inherit Consortium, which controls and evaluates all Inheritura label applications. The IC is comprised of one representative from each partner, which means that all project partners were involved in the evaluation process. Accreditation process. The evaluation method of an Inheritura application is the following. There are 16 criteria in total. 12 of these criteria are mandatory. A certain threshold minimum score must be achieved for the application to be successful. The other 4 are optional criteria. The 16 criteria are grouped into 4 super criteria. These are, first, environmental management and protection from criteria 1 to criteria 5. Second, valorization and promotional activities from criteria 6 to criteria 10. Third, governance and strategic planning from criteria 11 to criteria 13. And education and awareness activities from criteria 14 to criteria 16. Each of these groups of criteria tests whether the Inheritura area application is compliant with specific standards set by the consortium in the respective theme. A successful application is one that achieves at least the threshold score in the 12 mandatory criteria. The testing pilot for the establishment of the first Inheritura areas. Participating partners proposed Inheritura areas and filled out the application based on the results on Work Package 3 testing. The following areas participated in the testing phase are Region of Peloponnese Pavlopetri, Ministry of Tourism Croatia, Kornati National Park, Region Emilia-Romagna, National Park Forest Casatinesi, Monte Falterona e Campina, Region of Murcia, Col Blanc, Monte della Senisasi, Penna dell'Aquila, Puglia Region, Parco Naturale Regionale del Dun Costiere, da Torre Cane a Toni San Leonardo, Departmental Council of Herol, Paul Plain Nature, Montagne di Carreau, Public Agency for Promotion of Entrepreneurship and Developing Projects of Municipality of Isola, Kranjiski Park, Strahan, Larnaca and Famagusta Districts Development Agency, Larnaca Salt Lake, Malta Regional Development Dialogue Foundation, Magistral Nature and History Park, Parks Dinarides, Nature Park Orzen, Association for Preservation of the Heritage of Mertola, MATA, National Forest of Coastal Dunes of Villa Real de Santo Antonio. Out of the 11 partners who participated in this activity by proposing an Inheritura area, 10 were successful in their applications. The first Inheritura areas have therefore been officially established, which is an important milestone for the Inherit projects. Pavlopetri, Elafonisos, Korneti National Park, National Park Forest Casatinesi, Monte Falterona e Campina, Col Blanc, Monte della Senisasi, Penna dell'Aquila, Parco Naturale Regionale del Dun Costiere da Torre Cane a Torre San Leonardo, Paul Plain Nature, Montagne di Carreau, Krasinski, Park Strahan, Larnaca Salt Lake, Magistral Nature and History Park, MATA, National Forest of Coastal Dunes of Villa Real de Santo Antonio. Rec Pellas, the activity leader and workshop coordinator, prepared certificates of achievement and sent them to all partners whose Inheritura application was accepted. This is the certificate of award that certifies that Pavlopetic is proposed by the region of Peloponnese. We see some pictures of Inheritura areas, Pavlopetri, Kornati National Park, National Larnaca Salt Lake, All Plain Nature Montani Karoo, National Park Forest Casendinesi, Parco Naturale Regionale del Tium, Costiere del Torre Canna Tor San Leonardo, Col Blanc Monte della Senisasi Penna dell'Aquila, Kranziski Park Stranhan, Magistral Nature and History Park, Mata, National Forest of Coastal Dunes of Villa Real de San Antonio. Work Package 5, Transferring. Systematization and transfer of knowledge from the conduct of tests to local administrations and the local tourism industry, the goal. The activities, technical coordination, it's A51. A52, exchanges and networking with elected representatives to promote the adoption of the inherit approach. A53 to A55, production of educational materials and conducting of training seminars for public authorities and representatives of the tourism industry. Work Package 6, Capitalizing. The goal is to capitalize on the knowledge gained from the previous work packages in order to implement the inherit approach in other regions of the Mediterranean and to explore prospects for its implementation in the framework of future Interreg Med programs. The activities are 6.1 Coordination, 6.2 Memorandum of Cooperation on the Inherit Approach, 63 Recapitalization of the results of other Interreg Med projects, 6.4 to 6.5 Provision of consultation and information services, 6.6 to 6.9 Campaigns to implement the Inherit Approach beyond the partnership territories, 6.10 Campaign for the establishment of new Inheritura areas beyond the partnership territories, 6.11 Campaign to scale out the Inherit Approach in the next Interreg Med programming period 2021 to 2027. Work Package 6, Capitalizing into implementation methodology, memorandum of cooperation, creation of information and consulting resources and services, conducting campaigns through meetings with representatives of the tourism industry and with administrations of other Med regions and states, meetings with representatives of the Interreg Med program. Thank you for your attention.
Hvala vam puno na ovoj detaljnoj prezentaciji što ste nam se danas ovdje online pridružili iz regije Peloponez. A sada nastavljamo dalje sa našim programom i pozdravit ćemo gospođu Izidoru Marković-Vukadin s Instituta za turizam iz Zagreba, koja nam se nažalost nije ovdje mogla pridružiti danas u Poreču, ali drago nam je što je ipak prisutna online i što će nam prezentirati projekt Testimed Plus. Izvolite.
Dobar dan. Good morning to everybody. I'm happy for the opportunity to be able to present our Testimed Plus project on your event. Just a second.
Samo trenutak, ne čujemo vas dobro.
Just a second, I will try. Ugasit ću kameru. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
And can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Just a second.
You can put the full screen mode.
I'm sorry, but we have sound issues. So if this is not going to be better, Isidora, we will have to interrupt the presentation. I'm very sorry. This is not a for the participants to be able to listen and also for the interpreters to interpret. So your internet connection seems to be very, very bad. Sorry, Isidora, for that.
Okay, should we start? Just a second.
No, you have to see what is going on with the internet connection or with your microphone.
I'm not sure, just a second. Now I stopped sharing. Can you hear me now?
No, the internet connection is too bad. We cannot go live with this internet connection. I'm very sorry. So I would ask Porec to go on to Fabrizia Salvi if we can solve in the meantime Isidora.
Okay, we can try. Sure.
Thank you very much.
Evo, probat ćemo riješiti
We'll try to solve these technical difficulties that are common for these kind of hybrid events, and it refers to internet connection that we cannot impact on. I am going to invite Ms. Fabrizia Salvi, project manager. She's here with us in Porec today to present her project. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. And first of all, let me thank you, the WinterMed project, for giving us the chance of presenting in circles activities and results developed so far, which are related, of course, to the theme of this session, which is encouraging the responsible behaviors at destinations. Next slide, please. First, let me very briefly introduce you to the Encircle project partners. We have some partners in common with WinterMed and also with Consumless, which is, of course, proof of their of the importance of the value of sustainable and circular tourism for them. So I represent Area Science Park, which is the lead partner of Encircle. We are located in Trieste, so very close by. And we act as lead partner and technical partner in the project. And for Italy, we have a second technical partner, which is the Scuola Universitaria Superiore Sant'Anna in Pisa. And then I continue eastwards with Albania, where we have the Albanian Institute of Transport acting as both technical and institutional partner. We have the municipality of Himara, which is implementing a local demonstrator and a local action plan. Then we go to Greece, where we have a technical partner, Civinet, and the municipality of Rhetimna on the island of Crete, implemented local action plans again and the local demonstrators. And we have the region of Crete as institutional partner. Then we go to Cyprus, we have Anetel and acting as institutional partner, and the Larnaca municipality for the pilot demonstrator and local action plan. We have Malta represented as well. Our colleagues from EWA are the institutional and technical partner there, supporting the Ministry for Gozo, which is developing a local demonstrator. And then last but not least, we also have Spain territories covered by the project. We have the regional government of the Balearic Islands, in more specific terms, the Office for Tourism, which is also a partner of WinterMed. We have the Palma City Council and MedCities as technical partners. So technical partners are supporting the institutional partners in the development of their strategies and also the local demonstrators. Next slide, please. So what is the main challenge which Encircle is tackling? If you go next, then okay, there is a small animation here because we thought that this would, give you the idea of the challenge that we are tackling, which can be summed up basically in a question, which is whether a trade-off between the income from tourism, between the profits, which is coming, of course, from tourism flows, and the quality of environment and preservation of natural capital and natural resources. Is it really unavoidable? And of course, for us, the answer is no, it can be avoided. And this can be done by adopting proper circular tourism strategies and also concrete measures related to the strategies. Next slide, please. So the Encircle objectives are to reduce the environmental footprint of tourism activities in general. So this is also in line with what WinterMed is doing in terms of seasonalizing tourism. We also promote an integrated and sustainable planning of tourism, and I will shortly explain you how. We also foster a better assessment of the tourism impacts on destinations, so to identify gaps where destinations can work on. And then we also work for improving the management of natural resources according to the principles of circular economy. Next slide, please. What are we offering here? And please let me go back. I think one slide was skipped for some reason because I was mentioning circular economy. So this is the peculiarity of Encircle, which is not tackling sustainability in tourism in general, but it is more specifically focused on circular economy. I'm quite sure we are all by now familiar at least with the main principle of circular economy, which have been included by the European Union in the Green Deal, in the Circular Economy Action Plan, which was published last year, and in many other strategic documents and papers. So this is a very short and graphic way to describe what circular economy is in a nutshell. So circular economy is keeping the value of raw materials, keeping them in the loop by different means, design, remanufacturing, different way of producing, different way of distributing things and managing logistics, different ways of thinking about consumption, how we consume, we can reuse, we can repair. So it is not a matter of using and throwing, collecting waste and recycling, so that there is only a small part of residual waste which goes out of the circle and the rest goes back into the loop. And I will explain how this has been developed in the tourism concept in the Encircle project. So next slide, please. Okay, next. And in more specific terms, as you saw, our partners are mainly islands and more in general, scarcely inhabited med areas, including also coastal areas, which we are supporting, helping them meeting the increasing environmental challenges caused by tourism activities, promoting the application of circular economy principle in the tourism sector. Encircle started its work in November 2019, so we have been working for almost 2 years now. And how have we been working so far? Well, first of all, we didn't want to reinvent the wheel. Of course, we want to be circular in the first place. So we are building on already existing knowledge. And we are testing already developed solutions. I mentioned at the beginning the pilot demonstrators, which are run by our municipalities, partners in the project. We developed, more specifically, Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna, our technical partner, a set of circularity indicators, which were applied to the assessment of circularity in our institutional partners' destinations. So there was an assessment, and this assessment led to the identification of gaps, which were later tackled in the development of the strategies. Also, of course, we built the capacity of policymakers and tourism stakeholders at destination levels. We did that through the work of our partners on the territories using participatory processes. And last but not least, we now entered the capitalization phase of the project. We have now 6 replicating territories which have been selected. And I must say, we were very glad about the outcomes of the selection and also about the response we got to our call, because we got 15 applications. We had to choose 6 regions, but all of them were absolutely motivated to be part of this replication process. So we now have 2 regions in Italy, we have 1 region in Croatia, 1 in Greece and 2 in Spain, which will be supported by the respective technical partners to develop circular tourism strategies. Next slide, please. So who is our target? Well, I guess you already sort of figured that out. Destinations at the policy-making level, of course, which we want to support with a specific set of tools we developed during the past months in order to develop circular tourism strategies, but also to implement concrete action plans and all the related measures. At the same time, we also target tourists and tourism operators, tourism businesses, which are going to be affected by the policies triggered by the project, positively, we hope. And we are doing our best to engage them and include them in actions and behaviors inspired by circular tourism. I mentioned participatory processes. We have adopted as a project this approach, and we have involved all the stakeholders of tourism in dedicated stakeholder working groups, which have helped the institutional partners to collect visions and ideas for their strategies. Next slide, please. So the encircle concept of circular tourism is multifaceted. It is based on 4 pillars: energy efficiency and renewable energy sources, waste management, sustainable mobility, and water management. As you can all understand, those are all very relevant issues for islands. Next slide, please. And we have coupled these 4 pillars with the main principles of circular economy. Here you can see the principles declined according to the definition of circular economy of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. So we have reduce, regenerate, rethink, revalue, and innovate. So those are the principles which inspire the work of our partners for the development of the strategies. Next slide, please. A very short overview on our pilot demonstrators. They were started a little bit late compared to the initial planning. As you can understand, they had an impact due to the pandemic, but our partners work very well on their respective territories. So we have a biking trail in Himara in Albania. We have solar carports for electrical vehicles in Retimno, plus bins for recycling, which were installed close to the main beaches of Retimno municipality. In Larnaca, we have bikes for rental in hotels, and we have an app for routes to be discovered by tourists circularly and sustainably using the bikes. We have water fountains and bottles to be also distributed through hotels in Palma. And we have in Gozo, it is being finalized now, a water reservoir, which has been built. So all these pilot demonstrators are meant to encourage responsible behaviors in tourists based on the 4 pillars. Next slide, please. So how did we develop the set of tools that I mentioned before to support the development of strategies by our institutional partners? We worked on several different methodologies. We developed an operational model to guide them through the process of drafting the strategy, covering all its main aspects. We developed the set of circularity indicators I mentioned, and then the Scuola Superiore di Sant'Anna carried out the assessment on the 10 institutional partners and municipalities. And then stakeholder working groups were organized in each territory, both by institutional partners and municipalities. They often work together because they were tackling the same stakeholders. And please let me underline that by stakeholders, we don't only mean strictly related to stakeholders strictly related to tourism, but also stakeholders working in the 4 pillars. So to create a common ground and to collect from them visions and ideas, putting together the development circular of tourism, but also the respect of the 4 pillars and ideas more specifically focused on those. So those are the components of the policymaking instrument developed by InCircle. Everything is available, of course, on the InCircle website, and more specifically on the platform we developed, which is called Knowledge Platform. I will show the web address later on. So the partners have been working steadily on this process. They organized stakeholder working groups, 3, which were completed at the beginning of the year. Again, also this process had a delay due to the pandemic. The stakeholder working groups had to be held mostly online, as you can imagine. And so their ideas collected were included into the strategies, which are right now being evaluated by our colleagues from EWA. Actually, the evaluation phase is basically finalized. And after the evaluation, the involved institutional partners will undergo a revision of the strategies according to the comments made. And you will see there is, of course, a reference framework that they were aware of while they were working on the strategies. There will be a validation by the stakeholder working groups. So they were involved before the drafting of the strategies and afterwards to keep the engagement of these groups into the project and into the concept of circular tourism. And then this will happen now in the second semester of 2021. Then we only have 6 months left before our project is finished on June 30, 2022. So we have 6 months to keep working on the mainstreaming and also, of course, on the capitalization phase with the replicators. And what we're expecting is that the concrete measures included in the strategies will be implemented afterwards, thanks, of course, to the Interreg cooperation programs, thanks to the other funding available from the European Regional Development Fund by means of the regional operational programs, and also by other means of funding that are right now being identified by our partners who are organizing workshops in order to present the strategies, the measures, and also identified proper funding for making them real. Next slide, please. So this is the framework for the strategy evaluation developed by our colleagues from EWA. There is a strategy evaluation framework document. Also, this document is available for you to read. So it's a guidance for the user, which includes detailed explanations on how the evaluation will be carried out. And of course, the evaluation is based on the InCircle 4 principles and 4 pillars, which are developed through specific metrics and measures. Also, a synthetic strategy summary template was provided to the partners as a format to allow a circularity assessment of the strategy, its scoring, and also the recommendations for improvement. Next slide, please. Next, thanks. This is an example taken from the synthetic strategy summary template of measures, concrete measures, which could be developed by the partners. These measures concern water, so water demand management and water use efficiency. As you can see, the idea is to make these measures very concrete in order for them to be more easily implemented and also understood by all the stakeholders and supported. So there is a time frame, there is a metric, there is a target, of course, an estimated cost, and then a reference to the principle to which the measure is referring to in terms of the circular economy principles adopted by InCircle. And of course, there are this kind of example for all the pillars of the project. Next slide, please. So the work of the stakeholder working groups was very important. As I mentioned, they started from scratch, they got to know each other, were introduced to the project, were introduced to the principles of circular economy because they were not always so familiar with those. And then at the end, at least of the first part of the process, almost 100 ideas were generated through the stakeholder working groups held in all the territories included in the project, covering all the 4 pillars and also some horizontal ideas which could be transversally applied. Next slide, please. Now there is yeah, there is a small animation which shows you can go ahead, thank you. All the ideas generated for each pillar, about 20, so they are all considered equally relevant by the stakeholders. Next, please. And then again, next. So this is a graphic example of the common ideas which emerge in the different territories. Of course, they had to be prioritized. Not all 100 could be included in the 5 strategies. And so next slide, please. There was a prioritization of ideas made with the guidance of the partners in charge. Next slide, please. And I mentioned the knowledge platform, where you can find all the documents and the tools I presented in the replication toolkit, which is of course not only meant to tackle the replicating territories which have now been selected, but all the interested stakeholders, destinations, businesses which might want to take a look at the encircle approach and maybe adopt it in their practices and in their policy making processes. And also you find the best practices that we are collecting from med territories and projects, and not only, because the knowledge platform is meant to be an exchange tool to collect best practices, knowledge, tools already developed, which can be put under the spotlight for everybody to see and get inspiration from. So we hope that you will be also part of this nice display, and that you will want to share with us your best practices of sustainable and circular tourism. Next slide, please. So also, let me mention that in the next couple of weeks on the knowledge platform, you will find also a tool for self-assessment of circularity at destination level, which our partner from Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna have developed. So it will be possible for you to use the tool and get an assessment in a similar way to what the partners of the project got. Of course, you will be requested to input a certain number of data and information, but you can get, of course, support in the process. So I strongly encourage you to check the knowledge platform to see this latest addition. And also by the end of the year, we'll have a similar tool tackling tourism businesses, because it is also important for them to evaluate how circular they are and where are the gaps and where they can perform better in terms of circularity in their practices. Next slide, please. So we wait to hear from you, to know what you are doing that can be, included in the knowledge platform. And the last slide. So thank you for your attention. And we are available if you have any questions on encircles, tools and methodologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabrizia, for this really insightful and interesting presentation, and that you join us here today in Poreč. And now we will go to Isidora to present the Destiment Plus project. I hope now everything is okay.
Hello, good morning once again to everybody. Hopefully this time the presentation will be okay for you to see. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to speak on this very interesting workshop, which is, I believe, giving us a good insight in how are we actually tackling the problems of sustainability in Mediterranean. I'm today going to present our project, which is Destiment Plus, and I just wanted to present it like a journey to sustainable ecotourism in Mediterranean. I'm working at the Institute for Tourism in Zagreb, and I'm a coordinator for this project as a project partner. We are in a partnership. Next slide, please. You can see the Destiment Plus partners on this slide. So there are 11 of us, from which you can see are from different Mediterranean regions. And it's very important to stress out that all have very important roles, especially on the regional level in development of ecotourism and in development of a new mindset, which will help tourism in general on Mediterranean get a new boost which can transform the area. Next slide, please. Also, we have 17 associate partners which are giving their contribution to the development of the project, which are very various, from different tourism research institutions to the governmental bodies to the NGOs and so on. So they help parks in planning, managing, measuring, and promoting ecotourism in their territory. Next slide, please. As most of you know, Destimate Plus is the final phase of our journey. It has all started in 2013, so it's lasting already. When the Destimate Plus ends, it will last for 9 years already. So mid project, Destimate project, now Destimate Plus project are all part of one very long journey, but a journey with a good aim. In the first phase, the focus was on product planning, and in the second phase of the estimate, the focus was on developing standards and monitoring, especially ecological footprint application, which you will be able to see a bit later. And now in this phase of project, we are focused on policy and promotion, because in the end, after this long journey, we believe that products we have developed cannot stay something that was product lifetime going, but something that will outlive the project and really have a different, give a different approach on the Mediterranean level, and in the end be recognized on the tourism market. Next slide, please. Why, in the end, is what are the reasons for such a project? Of course, as you know, and other presenters has also emphasized, there is a situation on Mediterranean, especially where tourism is a highly important important activity, but on the other hand, there are great pressures on ecosystem limits, and there is a great dependence on resources and services from ecosystems, which are in the end not ruined, but very pressured, and especially from food, transportation, and housing accommodation. And those are actually the main components of the ecological footprint, which has been established quite high for the most of the Mediterranean regions we are working in. So the main idea is to transfer that, to transform these kind of pressures to the alternative tourism, to achieve balance between ecological footprint and the biocapacity that we have on the Mediterranean, and in the end to make all 9 Destimate Plus regions be able to benefit from the introduction of ecotourism practices. This is, of course, a long journey, as I already told you, but in the end, I think we can see the light of the end of the tunnel and see the changes that are happening. Next slide, please. I'm not sure, can you see the whole slide, but anyhow, in 9 regions, we have tried to measure the biocapacity and the ecological footprint for each of them. And only in Corsica, Sardinia, and Adriatic regions, from the 9 regions we have been measuring, the ecological footprint is under the biocapacity. So they are in balance. In other regions, unfortunately, especially Catalonia, Andalusia, but also, let's say, Crete, there is big disbalance between ecological footprint that we as local communities and tourism is creating and the biocapacity of the area. Next slide. Next, go till the end of the slide. Thank you. We can also, you can also see that there is a big, there is a idea for the approach tourism to make it more sustainable. Of course, it cannot be done in all levels at the same time. Therefore, we have started with the local level, from creating local ecotourism clusters, which are actually protected area destinations. Next, then those local ecotourism clusters have started to create meet network, which is a Mediterranean ecotourism network, which will have also a promotional and selling impact, I hope, in the future. Further on, in the Estimate Plus project, we have been aware that there is a need to include the regional level, because the local level can have a good impact locally, of course, but the regional level should transfer the knowledge created to the region, to the national level also, and in the end, create a Mediterranean ecotourism consortium, so-called MET, which will be relevant on the EU and Mediterranean level, and create new policies in tourism, which will produce new integration of the conservation and tourism aims. Next slide, please. You can see on this map 9 pilot areas that are that this project is working on, the Estimate Plus project at least. I'm not going to go through each of them, but as you can see, they are distributed through the eastern and the western part of the European Mediterranean, and are of different levels of the protection, from national parks to Natura 2000 sites. So from the sites with very low formal protection to the sites with very high level of the formal protection, like national parks, nature parks, and so on. Next slide, please. When we are talking about the pilot actions we are doing this is of course simplified version, but first of all, we created local ecotourism clusters that had to be a part. They are part of the regional ecotourism clusters, but very important stakeholders are in local ecotourism clusters: park management, ITOs, DMOs, NGOs, so everybody that have any kind of impact and development on the local level. Further on, in each pilot action, we had to do a strategy on ecotourism, or a draft of that kind of strategy for sustainable tourism, which will be the baseline for the further development. Further on, we designed an ecotourism package following the meat standards that were already done in the previous project. And currently, we are simultaneously in the phases 4 and 5. In testing process, I'm going to tell you a bit more about it later, and the data collection process, which is simultaneously happening. So the testing process is happening now, as I already told you. It's kind of a highlight of our project for now. And I believe it's not only my opinion, but the opinion of all our project partners, which are involved in this project, that we are now really experiencing what we have been doing for the last 2.5 years, experiencing the good practices that perhaps have not been such a breakthrough on the paper, but on the field we can see a quite big difference. Next slide. As I already told you, we are not only creating the ecotourism packages and testing them, but very importantly, we are continuously assessing them through different audits and testing, and in the end through also improvements through the indicators we collect during all the audits and tests. So the indicators, various types of indicators I'm going to tell you about a bit later, are the heart also of this project. It's not only developing a nice story through ecotourism, but also a story that will tell us in which manner do we affect the environment, the community, and also the tourism. And that leaves us the opportunity for continuous improvement. Next slide, please. Okay. What indicators? Okay, sorry. Meat Pilot Action Tourism Project. I just wanted to tell you shortly. It's a composite product, of course. It's made out of transport, accommodation, tour operator services, activities, and meals. So it's all-inclusive packages, which are why must they be all-inclusive? So they can follow really in every inch of their planning the meat standards, so they can be locally owned, and to give us a vision of ideal park visit. We know that not each package is not going to be ideal, but we are trying to make an ideal example which can be followed in the future, and that can make a change of mindset, not only in tourist minds, but also in the providers' minds that can see that it can be done sustainably and monitored. Next slide, please. I just wanted to show you a short example of the testing we have done recently in the last 2 weeks in Natura Tres Lošinj maritime area. It's a region that is a pilot action in Croatia, and it has lasted for 6 days. We had testers from other countries of the Mediterranean, and it's important to stress out that it was called the rhythm of the senses. So the main purpose was to awaken the senses of the testers and the future customers we're going to have, to awaken them from the importance of the environment and the community they are in, through the taste day, sand day, sight day, touch day. So different activities, from seeing something to touching to learning, from dolphin watching, picnics, going to herbal historical tours, and such a different, let's say, innovative details in the packages, which gave a great insight to the testers, but I also believe even more so, great new insights to the stakeholders in the area of Tres and Lošinj. Next. Which indicators are the meet standard? In the previous project, there has been a great emphasis on the ecological footprint calculator that has been done. But in this project, there we went further with development, with a focus on the government's conservation and also social economic indicators, which were introduced in this project. Next. Online, there is available ecotourism footprint calculator, which is focused to allow the asset the impact of on the ecosystem of our packages. So it's publicly available, and each provider around the world can also try it out and to see what are the real impacts of their packages. And in the end, download the results and through the Global Footprint Network, search for the solutions, how to become better. Next. Through the project, we also introduced different kinds of, as I already told you, indicators, from conservation to the governance, the product necessity, and through product quality, which are based on the data gathered by the testers, by the also self-assessment. And there are different times when those indicators are gathered. Some of them before the test, some of the at the end of the test. But in the end, those all indicators gathered are a tool for making the package better. Next slide. I'm not going to get long about this, but we have a lot of 2 audits and full tests with the assessment process. And in the end, we can, through the final assessment, see what have been the improvements done throughout all the project. And when all the destinations go through this phase, I'm not saying for certain that all the processes are going to be positive, but hopefully they're going to be integrated in the meat catalog and start to be promoted on the market. Next. What are in the end, expected results of the project? For now, we have 9 local ecotourism clusters, which are actively developing the packages, which are tested, assessed, and improved continuously. We are working on the upgrade of the meat standard, especially on the sustainability monitoring and also on the governance and socio-economic components. We have established 9 regional ecotourism coordination tables, which are actually giving us support to the left and are making new policies and are introducing new policies on the regional administration level. And in the end, we have a great testament approach upscale from the ecotourism to integration of conservation and development at the regional scale. Next. Also wanted just to emphasize the final outputs of the transfer, where we are going to have a methodology and policy manual, which will be also available. And actually, I would stress out the online training platform, which has been developed throughout the project, where around the 400 participants for now have from different regions in the Mediterranean have participated to implement the meat model. So I believe it's not becoming massive, but it's becoming recognized. And also, we are going to have online quality and sustainability monitoring tool for ecotourism project, which is upgraded now. Next. Finally, the local product, the packages we have developed are going to become a part of meat network, also built on meat standards. But even more so important, the Mediterranean Ecotourism Consortium will be established, made of now 9 regions I've been talking to you about earlier. And it's going to be an opportunity to advocate integrated ecotourism policies in the whole Mediterranean basin. So it's important that we have a bottom-up approach, which has been proven very successful. And finally, next slide, please. These are the main results of the project. I'm not going to go and talk about them, but in the end, I really see we are only 8 months till the end of the project, that some of these aims are already happening, especially the upgrading of Destiny Plus standards and giving us the focus on the monitoring and measuring sustainability on various pillars of sustainability, and also the establishment of Mediterranean Ecotourism Consortium, which is now in very active phase, with tourism and conservation departments all integrated in such a consortium. So it's not only a tourism or conservation body, but the body where the discussion can be made between those two oftenly disconnected sides of the management of some region. So in the end, I would like to thank all the partners that are participating in this project for their new and innovative approaches. And hopefully on the next year, on the final conference, we will be very proud with all we have done during this project. Thank you for your attention.
Hvala Isidora, drago nam je da smo uspjeli riješiti evo ove
Thank you, Isidora. It's glad that we succeeded. I'm glad to see these problems solved successfully. I would like to ask all participants now in Croatia and online to ask the questions if they have them, or to put their hands up if they are here with us, and for any of the lecturers in the first session. Okay, there are no questions. Do we have any questions in the room?
One question to our presenters. Which were the main obstacles in implementing your projects? So maybe if you have any comments. Manuel or Fabrizia, I don't know. Manuel Sapiano.
Okay, so let's say the first obstacle was mainly, I would say, related to the conditions which we have experienced in the last 2 years. It's one thing to implement a project in person, it's another thing to implement a project remotely. In particular, we all know that, let's say, there's a cycle of work in projects which focuses, which intensifies when project meetings are happening. And from a remote perspective, whilst we could have more meetings compared to before, compared to 6 monthly meetings before, that personal interaction, that debating was missing. And when you are working on new things, when you are working on these projects, which relate also to a culture change, it's important that there's this human element still in it. That said, let's say the project is moving. It's still in the start. Obviously, I would say it has also been because of the openness of the participating partners and the enthusiasm of the participating partners. And we were also lucky that it's relatively a small project, so just 6 partners. No, but mainly, let's say, the difficulties are logistically, because if we look at the scope of the project, so the scope is understood by all, not just the partners, but I believe that everyone now understands the need to go towards a more sustainable tourism. The timing of the project is there. Possibly these last conditions have also put the project on a more specific spotlight than before, because the subject has become more topical. The problem, as I said, is mainly logistically related to this new conditions which we found ourselves working on. Hopefully, let's say, and very hopefully, these things will change. We will return to something which is, I wouldn't say as before, but close to before, but more sustainable than before. But some form of hybrid, some form of, let's say, interaction helps to move these projects much further, because after all, a very important element of these projects are the sharing of experiences, and the sharing of experiences are, well, you cannot share more experiences than when you meet, that when you discuss. Sometimes I say that the most important part of these conferences are actually the coffee breaks, where you can discuss openly, that you cannot do on Teams, you cannot do on Zoom. So yeah, so that hampers the projects, but let's see, and let's be optimistic for the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We agree totally with your opinion, and we are happy that we are here today. So we will have the coffee break for a few minutes. But
sorry to interrupt. We have questions in the question and answers, if you will.
Yes, we will see now.
Can I just also add something, Isidora, here?
Yes, yes, of course.
From the perspective of the obstacles you have asked us about, yeah, there is a logistic question regarding the not seeing each other, but going online. But okay, you kind of get used to it through the time. But unfortunately, those problems from the COVID crisis have also reflected somewhat also in the testing phase, where we had to move everything because of the closing of the countries, regions, and so on. And also, I saw my colleague Sarah, who is also working with the Testament Plus project in Porridge here in the audience, so she can perhaps add something. And I saw Mr. Dalibor Cvitkovic from Mali Lošinj also here. And I can say from the local perspective, we also had not huge problems, but in some regions such as Lošinj and some others like Andalusia, there are problems regarding that stakeholders are living good out of tourism. And perhaps such small-scale projects of ecotourism are not so interesting to them until you get them with the baseline of the good impact that they are going to have on the society and the environment, on the longer tourism season and so on. So sometimes we had problems. They told us, well, it's not interesting to us to be included for some accommodations, because it's not something that is needed for them to be economically sustainable. But in the end, those stakeholders learn that it can have a good effect on them and on their community.
Two questions for Isidora. Two questions for Isidora from the question and answer, and I'm going to translate it from French. Hello, this was an excellent presentation.
Good day, this was an excellent presentation. Just one.
Pilot action in Morocco, if it's feasible. This is the first question for Isidora, and the second question is, can the other countries take part in this project, especially the countries from the South Mediterranean? If yes, please give us a comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think those two questions are the same, more or less. In the project, for now, of course, it's ending soon. There is no involvement in the project, but in the Meet network, there will be further involvement. Our plan and hope is that it will be growing, not only from the countries of European Mediterranean, but also from the other parts of African Mediterranean, of course, where each of the destination and the packages will be included if, of course, introducing the meat standards, monitoring, and so on. So the meat network after the end of this project is going to be activated, and it's going to search for the new destinations. There's going to be a call also for them on the website. So yes, the inclusion is welcomed, and hopefully there will be a lot of such destinations included.
We will have one question in the audience, but first Fabrizio Salvi wants to say something from the In-Circle project.
Yes, I just totally agree with what was said by Emmanuel about the difficulties of running a project only remotely. And this also affected for In-Circle the implementation of the participatory processes, which were at the basis of the creation of the strategies, so the stakeholder working groups. And we really appreciated the huge work of the partners in order to still implement the meetings, involve as many stakeholders as possible, even in a very critical situation, because they started 1 year ago working on these processes, and the situation was surely worse than it is now. And also, stakeholders, as I briefly mentioned during my presentation, were not always so aware about circular economy principles and about the advantages that they could bring to them if applied in their policies, and talking on the business operator side in their daily practices. Also, as Dora mentioned that, so it is important to let them understand why it is important to be circular, not only to be aligned to EU policies, not only to get funding, but because otherwise there is not going to be a tourism in 10, 20 years time as we know it now. There are not going to be natural resources that can be enjoyed by tourists and residents alike. Also, the challenge, of course, was that we were not able to organize any live events, and also in our actions for disseminating the project results and communicating what we have been doing, we had to use the webinar formats. So it is, of course, not the same to engage people. So we really hope to be able to do some live events next year. Actually, some partners did, according to the different situation in the different countries. And thank you again for the invite for today, because being able to meet the people and talk to them is a different story. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And now I think Flora wants to say something from the CPMR, Flora Leroy.
Thank you very much. No, I just wanted to add on the answer of Isidora regarding the involvement of the South Mediterranean actors. So just to say that as associated partners, so we already have some southern countries, so Algeria and Morocco involved. So we will make sure, of course, to involve them in the replication of the methodology developed under the Estimate Plus. Also, just to add that the CPMR is responsible for the capitalization activities of the Estimate Plus. So we will develop the Mediterranean Ecotourism Consortium with the support of the associated partners, so with also southern countries in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flora. We have another question.
Lijepi pozdrav svima. Evo, samo bi se željela...
Hello, everyone. I would just like to refer to everything what we have heard up to now. This is not a question. I'm Ksenia Slivar from the Ministry of Tourism. I'm here together with my colleague Zrinka. We have been working on a project SmartMed, that is a strategic project within Interreg program. And I'm really glad to have the opportunity to be here alive with you and to hear these great experiences because these experiences explain us how we can encourage responsible behavior in the destinations. This is our joint goal. I would like to emphasize that within SmartMed project, probably most of you know this, but for those who do not, we have developed a model for the development of smart tourism. This is a strategic framework, but one of the main measures within this model is the process of communication. And the process of communication is important for the education of stakeholders and for raising the awareness, for strengthening the capacities. So a part of all these transitions that are put upon us through policies, and in order for us to absorb the funds, we also need to make a transition of our minds and to raise awareness that we who are in charge of the policies and those living of tourism, that all of us have to take care of our activities in the sense that we make them sustainable and that we care about the future of our children. So our children in the future can continue behaving sustainably and dealing sustainably with tourism. Thank you. Thank you. We are glad to see you from the ministry here and to join us here in Poreč, and for recognizing the presentations and the ideas presented. Obviously, we have many joint common goals. We are glad that you mentioned your project. Now we are moving on to next question, if there is any. I don't know if there is something in the chat. We read this already, so if there aren't any additional comments or questions, we would like to have a coffee break now, so you can refresh, and then we are going to come back and continue with the program at 12 o'clock.
Shazam, if you could have a microphone test before starting. Shazam, good job. Shazam, if we could have a sound check, please, for a second.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, for the panel, you're ready now. Thank you very much. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? It's just a musical background. Suzanne, I can hear you.
Hello?
Suzanne? Yes, Suzanne? Yes, we
Can you hear me well?
Yes, and I can see you also. Thank
Great.
you. That was everything. Thank you very much. Although the internet connection seems to be falling a little bit apart, so okay.
It's true.
Yeah, you can see it in the yellow and red dots. Yeah, so we lost you now. But if you switch off the camera, then everything should be fine. But still, I'm seeing that the internet connection is not the best.
It's European Parliament's internet connections.
Yeah. So it's
Ironically.
yeah, a lot of people in the parliament right now. It's a busy week.
Let me check.
Yes, okay, we
I'll
have to
try
stop
to
now.
connect.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, we have to stop now. Thank you.
I'll try to connect from another device in the meantime.
Okay, thank you.
Dobrodošli natrag na ovo naše događanje. Krenut ćemo na našu drugu sesiju po programu koja se zove Cjelogodišnje konkurentne i održive otočne destinacije, mogućnosti suradnje. Ovim putem pozvala bi moderatoricu ove sesije, gospođu Floru Leroy iz CPMR-a, Conference in Peripheral Maritime Regions, da nam se pridruži. Flora, please come to the floor. Isto tako za ovu debatu danas drago mi je pozdraviti ovdje prisutnog gospodina Marka Opančara ispred Ministarstva regionalnog razvoja i fondova Europske unije, pa bi vas molila da se isto pridružite na našoj debati. Zatim isto tako čast mi je pozvati gospodina Sašu Popovca ispred Hrvatske turističke zajednice kao voditelja odjela za istraživanje tržišta i analitiku. Izvolite. Pozivamo isto tako iz zajednice održivog turizma gospođu Dunju Mahne, višu voditeljicu projekta u RDA Green Cars, da nam se pridruži na pozornici. Hvala još jednom isto tako što ste došli iz Slovenije kod nas. I pozivam gospodina Tomaza Komacija iz Nextura, voditelja komunikacije članstva, da nam se pridruži. Tomaza, please. Thank you. Isto tako, drago nam je čast što se i s nama pridružila gospođa Josain Kutažar iz MEP i Member of Seas, Rivers, Islands and Coastal Areas Intergroup, koja će nam se pridružiti online. I think, Josain, you are here. Online.
Yes, she's joining right now. Just 1 second, please.
Okay, thank you. So, Flora, I will leave you the floor.
Hello.
Thank you. I think. Are you here? Okay,
Yes.
Perfect.
Hope you can hear me well.
Okay, so dear participants, welcome back to WinterMed's third transnational workshop entitled Mediterranean Island toward the implementation of a transnational sustainable year-round tourism. I am Flora Leroy, and I am Project and Policy Officer at the Inter-Mediterranean Commission of the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, and I will be the moderator of this second session. I would like to thank a lot the Institute of Agriculture and Tourism for hosting this event today. It is a great pleasure to see you in person, really. And also just a practical reminder for the remote participants. We kindly ask you to keep your camera and microphone off during the presentation, and ask you to share your question in the chat or raise your hand in Zoom. And we will try to, of course, answer your question directly in the chat or during the discussion or by email. Thank you. So after the presentation of the transnational strategy project of WinterMed and the presentation of the practical cases this morning from the Interreg Sustainable Tourism community along the same lines, this second session will aim to discuss the opportunities for Mediterranean island destination to cooperate, to increase competitiveness, and to move forward sustainable year-round destination. So as Tina said already, as per the speakers of this session, we have the great pleasure to count on the contribution of the Ministry of Regional Development and European Funds of Republic of Croatia, a member of the European Parliament, and of Seas, Rivers, Islands and Coastal Areas Intergroup SEARICA, the Croatian National Tourist Board, the Interreg Sustainable Tourism Community, and the Network of European Region for Sustainable and Competitive Tourism. In order to launch this debate, which promises to be really interesting, I would like to have the reaction of the panelists regarding the strategy. So I would like to ask you to share your suggestion for the implementation of the strategy, reaching the overall objective of the project, which is deseasonalization of island destination. I think we can start following the order of the agenda. So maybe Marco, can you please answer the question, please?
Yeah, of course. First of all, I would like to thank the WinterMed project and Croatian partners from the Institute of Agriculture and Tourism for inviting me and for allowing us to, meet and gather all together so we can work finally after a long time on things that are important and that we have that we got the money for and the funds so we can work on it. The strategy that we have seen earlier, I think it's a very comprehensive and very valuable output of the WinterMed project. What I have seen there and what caught my eye especially is the importance of the policy learning that was mentioned there, as well as if I'm not wrong, it was stated the importance of the good project partnership when it comes to the project implementation. Project partnership itself does a lot when it comes to the project. It basically does everything. So with a good project partnership, we have a good project implementation. We have everything that we care about here in the sustainable tourism area when it comes to the ecology, when it comes to the island destinations, and that is something that is a really great output and really valuable output of this project. This strategy should not be overlooked. It should be consulted in the future when it comes to developing of everything that has to do something with sustainable tourism, even if it's island destination, even if it's coastal area, whatever it is, there are many important points that are mentioned in the strategy that we should use and we should even explore even more in the future. One more thing that I've seen is the mentioning of the European Green Deal in the strategy, which is one of the most important ongoing and policies that is going to be more important in the future. So I applaud you for mentioning it and for making it a part of the strategy. And additionally, I'm really glad to see how the strategy turned out. And I think it should be and it has to be the output and something that everyone who has anything to do with tourism should use in future.
Thank you very much for that. And indeed, as you said, we also think that the strategy could be replicable not only for island destinations, but also for coastal areas and not only in the Mediterranean area, but also in the other parts of Europe, for instance. Now, I will give the floor to Josiane, which participates last Friday, 1st October in Siarika event. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hear me well?
I'm sorry. Yes, you can go.
Can you hear?
Again.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure discussing with all of you, even though virtually. And indeed, during the Siarika event last week, I focus on the term opportunities. And I will join in with the colleague who has just spoken that it's important to link into the Green Deal and to look at the Green Deal not only from the challenging side of view, but also from the opportunities that it presents, because indeed there are several opportunities and we need to help our islands to be test beds for innovative, sustainable solutions, projects and solutions which can then be replicated to other coastal areas and to other regions. And indeed, tourism is a vast sector which is intertwined with many others, and we need to keep this in mind. The coastal regions and islands have potential, they have great potential, but need to start investing in the green and blue development, the digital transformation, the stakeholder engagement, and cooperation, as we're seeing with this project here. What is more, we need to start investing in education programs for tourism, especially when it comes to vocational training. Therefore, it's important, yes, to keep the whole puzzle in mind. Transport, smart mobility, food supply chains, circular economy, energy, healthcare. We saw the example also of the water reservoir in my island of Gozo, where I come from. These are all important aspects which could indeed be better for us to transit in a more environmental way, but could attract also more tourism sustainably. One of the ways to solve many of the issues is definitely moving away from seasonal tourism, and this is a key point which many of our destinations can offer year-round tourism experiences. And this is indeed what the new WinterMed Transnational strategy aims to achieve, and I congratulate you on focusing on this very important point. We focused a lot on summer and helping tourism businesses and workers during the summer season, but now the winter season is with us, and we need to address the shoulder months and look at tourism throughout the whole year. Ending seasonality is indeed a new opportunity for businesses, and especially during these COVID times, we should look more and more into it. The greatest example I give is the possibility of developing IT infrastructure to reap the benefit of digitalization of the workspace. And here I speak of digital nomads, who may not be considered everywhere tourists, but which could help in island destinations which are dependent a lot on tourism, like the Maltese Islands, which could diversify the economy in a way to attract persons who could come for a short holiday whilst working digitally, or spend even months working and enjoying the climate and the atmosphere there. The strategy does indeed identify innovation under the strategic axis, and research and innovation is indeed very much important. This would also give resiliency to the touristic sector. We cannot afford that the tourism sector is not well prepared for any future shocks in the market. Innovation implemented across islands, encompassing different areas to foster sustainable, inclusive, digital, high quality and gender balanced tourism. These indeed are all important aspects, and this axis, together with the others, governance, connectivity, biodiversity, waste management, urban planning, they're all important, and all of them have one thing in common. They cannot be achieved top-bottom. There is need for a revolution indeed in the culture to transform the way we do tourism. We need all stakeholders on board, and we need to speak and dialogue with all the stakeholders involved. I'll give a practical example here. The Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley was not born from government-imposed rules, and the Silicon Valley was born indeed in the garages of people passionate for technology. Once the word spread that some of the best minds in the sector were actually, allow me to use the word, innovating over there, many others joined. And therefore, this example could be replicated. A similar principle on smaller scale could occur in different EU destinations, including island and coastal areas. We need to support the innovators and new companies coming to the fore and create a system of rules and financing that boosts and incentivizes indeed innovation. The WinterMed strategy does recognize the role of business intelligence to achieve its objectives. And this is a very important point. We need to work with our businesses, we need to support them financially, but also otherwise, such as, for example, to navigate through the rules, funds, and opportunities which the Green Deal, as well as the digital transformation and leaps we need to make, bring with them. And this is indeed very much important. We can indeed achieve a green and sustainable recovery, also a social one to ensure that it is effective if we allow the market to drive innovation supported by sound government policy and by also including academia and the local communities, which are indeed also important to make sustainable tourism a success when it comes to island regions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Josiane. And indeed, now it's time, as you said, more than ever to invest in green and blue developments, and such as tourism digitalization, but also we need to pay attention on gender balance. And now, yes, I will now ask Sasha also to share his point of view regarding the WinterMed strategy. Thank you, Sasha.
Is it fine if I speak in Croatian? Is it fine if I speak in Croatian?
Yes, you can take your headphone, you will speak in Croatian.
Kao što je kolega Marko već napomenuo, strategija je stvarno opširna, sveobuhvatna. Međutim, postoje barijere o kojima ću pričati malo kasnije, barem što se tiče hrvatskog turizma. Ono što se naglašava i što mi se čini izuzetno važnim je uloga svih stakeholdera na destinaciji, sudjelovanje svih. Ono što se pokazuje kao možda izazov u stvari je da ponekad kreiranje politika i upravljanje sa destinacijama ne prati nužno promjene na strani potražnje i tu u stvari poslovanje, odnosno poslovni subjekti pronalaze neke prilike za stvaranje novih poslovnih procesa. Primjeri za to su bili Airbnb, primjeri za to su u Hrvatskoj imamo različite usluge transporta gdje u stvari koje pokazuju u stvari određeni nedostatak infrastrukture koji gepa između toga što turisti žele i onoga što destinacija može ponuditi. Tako da u stvari izuzetno je važno da svi stakeholderi promišljaju kako će se turizam razvijati, kako će se smanjivati sezonalnost zbog toga jer mislim da nikome nije u interesu poslovati 2 mjeseca u godini, za to uspostavljati biznise. već da poslovna aktivnost traje cijelu godinu, da se resursi očuvaju, da zajednica prvenstveno ima benefite u smislu da se razvija i da se očuva. Tako da upravo suradnja, uključivanje poslovnog dijela zajednice je izuzetno važna, odnosno na neki način njih privoliti na suradnju, probati im približiti benefite sudjelovanja u ovakvim projektima mi se čini kao izrazito važno.
Sorry. Thank you very much for your answer, Sasha. I will now give the floor to Dunya from the Med Sustainable Tourism community.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me as a part of the Sustainable Tourism project. I would like to say a few words about the project first, so to explain why I'm here today, and also another partner from our project is here as well. And then I will comment a little bit of what I've prepared for. Sustainable Tourism project is one of the horizontal projects that Mediterranean program introduced in the last programming period. And what we're not a modular project like the ones that were presented in the morning or the ones that we are participating today to the conference, but we're trying to connect different modular projects, first of all, to communicate their results, and then to implement the results into policies. So the main two areas of work are transferring of results within the Mediterranean area outside the MED program, but also to try to influence as much to introduce sustainability standards into policies of the different countries. We are, I forgot how many partners, 7 or 8, something like that, trying to cover the whole Mediterranean area. One of the partners is also UNIMED, a union of Mediterranean universities. So we're at least in one way covering also the southern Mediterranean countries, the North African countries. Each of the partners is following a few modular projects, 3 or 4, especially focusing on them. They're either ongoing or already closed. And we try to introduce their most important results from the sustainability point of view, from the culture or social point of view. And what we're doing concretely in our regional development agency, we are communicating and cooperating with Southern Balkan countries to try to transfer what has been done in different Mediterranean projects to the areas that are developing the tourism sector that is quickly developing also in this part of Southern Adriatic and Balkan. What we're trying on the capitalization point of view, we have these different conferences and different talks with either ministries of tourism, sectorial agencies, tourism boards, and communities of local tourism organizations and the destinations to try to explain as much as we can what has been done, what has been achieved, and what we would like very much to transfer to different communities working in tourism. Sorry, it took a bit, maybe too long there. So if I can comment now, I think you did an excellent work. It's really wide. I have to explain it's my background is environmental science, so I'm picky on some stuff. But I think you covered very well of the different areas that are usually communicated to sustainability standards. And all the previous participants already applauded you on many different things. I would like to add that if I may comment something that hasn't been said already, I would like to add that it might be good to enhance a little bit the social pillar. From the sustainability 3 pillars point of view, you did very well on the economy and policy, and also the environmental point of view. But it has been already said that the local society is one of the most important areas because there are those, the local owners, the local tourist offers, all the support stuff and the support sectors. What we have recognized also in, I come from the very close by area in Slovenia between Ljubljana and the coast. What we've already understood that speaking about the Green Deal, not even mentioning the Fit for 55 package of directives that has been proposed this summer, people don't know what it actually is. If you don't work in a close relation to something that is related to sustainability or sustainable development, then okay, you know the Green Deal, but you don't actually know what it means. And if we take into account that we have a EU taxonomy that has been implemented last year, actually setting standards on what is sustainable from the production point of view, we haven't reached the tourism yet. And that we have set very high goals about climate change mitigation and adaptation in the Fit for 55. I think that our societies and communities need to very quickly understand what it means. Because if we want to reach the goals of 2030, then everybody has to start doing something like right away. Otherwise, we will not reach it. And Mediterranean islands are on one hand, it's quite hard to follow all the sustainability goals because there are small unities. But on the other hand, that's an opportunity because it's a small community. It's easier to track effects of what has been changed. So what you have named as one of the strategic axes, the linkage with other sectors, I think that interconnection of all the sectors that you've mentioned is could be one of the key points in actually moving on within the action plan. Okay, I will stop here now. I will answer to the questions after.
Thank you, Dunia. It's indeed really interesting. Yes, we need to focus more on local society, as you said, and yes, make sure that there is not a disconnection with them, because sometimes we are used to work in a project bubble, and then we struggle to pass our results outside the project bubble. So and now I would like to give the floor to Tommaso, which will represent Nextur, but also the Med Sustainable Tourism community as a partner in charge of the capitalization part of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Flora. Indeed, in the end, we are in a big family. We know very well each other in many ways. Well, can I say that I would really like to candidate Nextur to be the fund #1 of this new strategy, because I think, as the others panelists said already, you did really a great job, and we like very much the approach and the content that you are bringing. Even more in general, the working for having an all year round tourism and developing in a sustainable way in islands is crucial. It's really something that is needed in Europe. And now with all the situation with the COVID, even more, it's really necessary. As Nextur, just a few words on my organization. We are a network of 39 regions from all over Europe. So at the core of our work, there is cooperation between regional authorities. And of course, many of our regions are from the Mediterranean. They have islands, or they are regional islands. So we know very well what we are talking about. And this strategy looks so important also for our network. I think the comments of the previous panelists were already quite comprehensive. I will not repeat, just to underline, I think the importance of having values you are putting as part of your strategy values. And this, I think, is the best way to then cooperate around a common goal. You need to share, first of all, the same values. And I'm very glad to see that these are the values that also we share in Nextur and with our regions. So I see a lot of potential cooperation with this strategy that we can transfer in the work we do in our network. I think the replicability is also crucial. Of course, it's very much focused on islands in the Mediterranean, but at the same time, thinking, for example, on isolated mountains destinations. Well, of course, maybe for them, their peak season is not the summer, is mainly the winter, but they have then similar challenges like mobility, how to get sustainable to the destination and then to move in the within the destination. It's the same for rural areas where also they can face the fact of being sparsely populated, or even big cities where probably they don't have the problem of seasonality or is lower, but they are facing problems like harmonious flux of tourists, not having them all concentrated in the same places. In an island can be the same, the most beautiful beaches, but in other places can be a monument or something else. But also attracting tourists to other less known, less interesting for the main view of tourists, but in the end quite rich. And this, I think, is also very much related with another aspect that was indeed mentioned, is also about the involvement of citizens and the social aspect. As Nextur, we have an initiative that we call Better Places to Live, Better Places to Visit, which is precisely listing principles and leading destinations on how to have destinations where, first of all, you have good places to visit. So where citizens are at ease, they feel even proud of the place where they live. And then it's something that they can offer to tourists when they come to visit their venues. And we propose through a series of principles and sharing best practices among our regions, really ways on how to have this balance between visitors, residents, and also the business part, the marketing. It should be really something holistic. And the last point, I think, is digitalization. Having, again, on the marketing side, but also on the way then of analyzing the performance of the tourist policies. Going digital, it's everybody now telling you this, but then how to do it concretely, it's still a strong challenge. As Nextur, we are working quite hard on this. We launched this year the Tourism of Tomorrow Lab, which is again putting into a network all the tourism laboratories analyzing data at regional level, but going and scale up into a broader level, which is the European level, and so cooperating, having a whole laboratory that is putting all of them together into a network with our members regions on this. And of course, this is also something that could help in your strategy, in the sense that then having good data is the best way to then readapt your policies and going more better and more sustainable from one year to the other. So yes, it's nice really to have this strategy. And now we are here to support. I think we can say many things. I would just say one, what is next, I think, is dialogue. This is the key word. We need a dialogue with all the actors, and this is somehow what we are doing now, putting already national authorities, regional networks as Nextur, other projects, the European institutions, because it's really then through a holistic vision, again, as I said, that you can further develop and really go sustainable.
Thank you very much, Tommaso. Indeed, as you say, this strategy could really be replicated in other kind of areas. So we will count on the sustainable tourism community also to help us capitalize this important outcome of the project. And regarding the dialogue and the communication related to this strategy, as you know, we are now in the capitalization phase, so we will have a specific advocacy campaign also to reach different targeted actors. And of course, we will also try to involve other regions through our network at CPMR, but also through your network, Nextur. So yeah, a lot of work to do before the end of the project. Okay, so thank you very much for answering this first question. I will now ask more specific question intended to some of you, for some of you, in connection with your answers. So maybe I will ask a first question to Marco and Josiane. Can you please tell us how to encourage stakeholders of Mediterranean island destination to cooperate in order to increase the work on the common goals, sustainable year-round tourism? So I don't know if Josiane, you want to start, perhaps?
Thank you very much. And it was interesting to hear the colleagues on the panel speak and listen to their views on the first question. Indeed, when it comes to tourism and the Mediterranean, it's important that we keep in mind that this regional aspect is very much important. And therefore, we need to keep it in mind and see as how to encourage more cooperation. Last week, I organized an event in Gozo with a small delegation of the Socialists and Democrats, where I also invited local stakeholders, amongst which was also the Mediterranean Tourism Forum, with whom we discussed the importance of the regional aspect of tourism in the Mediterranean. And as a person coming from the Maltese Islands, being in the middle of the Mediterranean, I really feel the importance of pushing forward this aspect. And indeed, it's good to see that the issue of cooperation is in the heart of the strategy. And cooperation could really lead to success. We are really stronger together, and this is not just a political mantra, but it's something which we should continuously work upon to improve on. It comes down to the simple reasoning that bringing together funding, research, capacity, know-how leads to a better outcome. And indeed, when I speak to bringing together the funding and research and capacity and know-how, I should also propose something here. We need skills for sustainable tourism. Tourism sector is currently suffering from lack of skills or skills which are going elsewhere, let's say, because even the pandemic has pushed certain employees to move towards other sectors, even because of lack of security of mind. Recently in the European Parliament, we mentioned, and I also proposed it again yesterday in a debate with the Commission on Tourism, that we'll have an academy related to the European Union and tourism, which would bring together the employers and employees. And here I could also suggest that when we speak about encouraging stakeholder Mediterranean islands destination to cooperate, we could even have a similar digital platform bringing together stakeholders from the Mediterranean, also related to the project we're discussing here, so that we would really share good practices, not only in live events or hybrid events, but even as we go along and tap into stakeholders which could really be beneficial to the project. And the problems that the coastal areas face may be similar. There are specificities and there are certain challenges which relate to different islands, but there are also common challenges which colleagues on the panel have mentioned and which I also mentioned earlier on. Connectivity is one of them. Islands depend on sea and air transport, and therefore when we encourage stakeholders of Mediterranean islands collaboration, it's important to see how to tackle these issues of connectivity. And when I made the point in Sarika that all islands have three major problems, I was indeed referring and emphasizing the fact that we have a lot in common, even if we may be diverse in other aspects. The economic dependency on the sector, the carbon footprint of transport, and reliance on imports are all aspects that we need to keep in mind. And all these issues could be addressed by creating a common program for the Mediterranean. common program, which could be held digitally with a platform, as I also mentioned. As of now, it is the EU that brings together different countries and businesses under its research programs, such as Horizon Europe, and we need to utilize these. The EU is creating its European Digital Innovation Hubs, which could really help to function as one-stop shops that help companies dynamically respond to the digital challenges and become more competitive. I invite stakeholders to take advantage of the already existing structures of what the EU is offering. And then if we could replicate on a more regional Mediterranean level good examples which the EU is already implementing, that's an added bonus. I also know that it is up to stakeholders to identify where the business opportunity is and try to generate revenue, along with the innovation aspect which we mentioned earlier on. We need to keep in mind, as we speak of the regional aspect of tourism and the Mediterranean, other trends which are also true to the tourism industry in general, the tourism conscious, the conscious tourism that is being on the increase, is becoming on the increase, and we need to keep in mind that tourists are becoming more eco-conscious, as they are also expecting certain digital services to be in place, even due to the increase in the digitalization by the pandemic. And therefore, to really make the regional Mediterranean tourism successful, we need to introduce these elements in collaboration between the stakeholders. Stakeholders and destinations must realize this, devise a unique strategy, and tackle the opportunities apart from the challenges. This can bring together the Mediterranean, which must remain at the top of the agenda and of good practices of what tourism really has to offer.
Thank you very much, Josiane, and thank you, yes, for sharing with us the initiative and work of the European institution. So it seems that the academy related to tourism it's quite promising, and also you mentioned a lot the work on digitalization. And the fact that indeed islands have a lot in common, so in collaboration is really important to address the common challenges, but also the common opportunities. And now I will give the floor to Marco.
Well, it's really hard to speak after something like this, after this comprehensive reply. So I'm just going to try to explain to you what in the field of Interreg I see as an important to let's say start cooperation between stakeholders. As the colleague has mentioned before, dialogue. Dialogue is one of the most important thing here. Me as a national contact point on Interreg programs, I really want to communicate with the stakeholders that we have. I want to hear what they have to offer, what are their challenges, what are they doing. I want to be in a constant communication with them, and I try to do that in my everyday work. When it comes to building new cooperation, I always like to invite partners that have been participating in the Interreg programs for a longer time, the ones that have more experience, to never stop looking for new partners. New partners always have new ideas. They maybe have less experience, but that is where you come in from, and they have new ideas. They have new human resources that are maybe in a way lacking inside of your organization. It's important to achieve, let's say, some kind of balance, and not to have constantly experienced partners in the partnership. That is what I encourage all the stakeholders from Croatia to do, but from the other countries as well. Then later on, we have many projects in the Interreg field, especially in the area in the Mediterranean, and we have many good examples and many good practices that are available. They are available online, but they are available through, let's say, personal contact with anyone. But a lot of people doesn't know about them, and I try to let's say, give an example of good practices to, or at least communicate with someone who is interested in a subject, that there is someone else who has already earlier worked on that and who would maybe like to continue its work. The capitalization, the entire capitalization process is based on that. And the last two calls that we have in Mediterranean are based on the capitalization. And as we've heard before, and as we know, in the next MED program, capitalization will be one of the crucial parts that will have to be represented in each of the project. And that is something that I see really valuable. So the knowledge that one has gathered from its project, where the funds have already been used in a good way, they have certain knowledge that can be passed to others, where others can learn, where others can grow, and where others can continue working on developing new kind of knowledges, new kind of, I don't know, strategies, new kind of whatever is that they need. And to assure that, I think there is a constant need that at least I hope that I'm providing together with joint secretariats of the programs from the Inter-Mediterranean and Adrian-Ionian program, where they need to be in a constant contact with not only the current stakeholders, but the potential stakeholders, which have to be identified. And for example, since we are currently in the programming period, they have to be heard again. So we can know what their needs are and what they want to work on, so we can build it inside of the program, inside of the policy objectives that are going to be chosen, that we're going to base our future work in the next 7 years on. So yeah, basically, at least from my point of view, here is an important role from the Joint Secretariat and from the national contact points to enable, let's say, I'm not really sure how to put it in words, how to mention a, let's say, safe circle where the project partners or potential project partners won't be afraid of getting their new ideas out, getting and mentioning to me what they would like to work on, what they're thinking, so I can connect them with the other participants or with the other stakeholders, and so they can continue growing and continue working on themselves, and of course on a future of the entire sustainable tourism, and including that island destination as well.
Thank you, Marco. And yes, indeed, we need to search for new partner and make sure that we take advantage of, as you say, new ideas, and but of course that we can also capitalize on the existing work done so far. So many thanks to both of you. And so we know that internal and external collaborative experience between countries and region can only work with dedicated funds also. So I wanted to ask Josiane, Marco, and perhaps Sasha, if you can perhaps share with us what are the financing possibilities in the context of sustainable tourism development. Josiane, do you want to start?
Okay. So yes, indeed, funding at your level is there. It is spread all over, and we need to help our businesses, especially our SMEs and other stakeholders who would like to tap into EU funds for sustainable tourism. I always criticize the Commission on two aspects. May I take this opportunity to say once again, as I do within the European Parliament and other events, as European Parliament, we have been pushing for a sustainable tourism specific budget line, which has not materialized so far, and also the fact that the Commission had not earmarked the Next Generation EU funds for tourism. However, still the major Mediterranean countries have recognized indeed the need to use such funds for tourism in the recovery plans, including my own country, Malta. And this is very much important. And it's something which also as a member of the Task Force of Tourism at the European Parliament, along with other colleagues, we have been incentivizing the member states and the national governments to do, to include a strong tourism element in their recovery plans. Otherwise, other than the RRF, it's important to keep in mind that there are other funds. As I said, the European Regional and Development Fund and cohesion funds, for example, which could be used to strengthen the environmental, socio-economic sustainability and resilience of tourism in the long term for regions and countries. In this way, are encouraged to help transform also the sector by learning from innovative solutions. Innovative solutions are key, and I joined the colleague here who said also the important point that we don't always resort to the experience and traditional readily available partners. We need to innovate, we need to put forward new ideas, even if we may not like them at first. But it's important to think outside the box, and to think outside the box, it's important to have experience along with fresh blood. But that was as a side note. There's also the European Social Fund Plus, a key financial instrument in implementing the European Pillar of Social Rights. As I mentioned earlier on, the social aspect is important. And indeed, when we speak of sustainable tourism, we should not only look at the economic and environmental aspect, but also on the important social aspect. And this fund could really support jobs and skills, which we need to foster and retain in the tourism sector, creating a fair and socially inclusive society, and in this case, tourism sector. There's the Agricultural Fund, the Maritime Fund, Horizon Europe relating to research and innovation and tackling some major challenges of our times, InvestEU and the Single Market Programme. All these programs can directly finance tourism and sustainable tourism for sure. Let's not forget the Innovation Fund, one of the world's largest funding programs for the demonstration of innovative low-carbon technologies across sectors. This is indeed also important to keep in mind. As I mentioned earlier on, the issue is how to access these funds. Let me here mention a good practice by the Commission and initiative, which is the new tool made available a few weeks, months ago by the Commission to help tourism SMEs understand for what funds they are eligible. And even in the SME strategy at the European Parliament, which I was shadow rapporteur to, I made sure to include the aspect that we need to help our SMEs when it comes to the knowledge gap that the EU funds offer. Our SMEs, our stakeholders sometimes know that there are EU funds, but then it's a labyrinth and they don't know how to navigate through them. And therefore, it's important to address this knowledge gap and the skills gap that sometimes is present due to lack of resources to apply for EU funds. And EU funds coupled with national initiatives and cross-border projects like the one we are discussing today can surely help the sector close the many gaps it faces today. That's it from my end for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Josiane. And yes, as you say, it's really important to address the knowledge gaps on how to access the fund, because there is already some interesting funds available. And now, Marco, I don't know if you want to complete. Yes.
Yeah, somewhere in these big funds that have a lot of money, there is a small goal called European Territorial Cooperation, or as we better know it, Interreg. Which is, well, let's say one of the ways that European Union wants to encourage the cooperation between its member states. And I present Interreg today here, and I would like to explain to all of you, if some of you don't understand, the way that it works. And that is, of course, something from which sustainable tourism can be founded. So inside of Interreg, we have 3 strands. One of them is cross-border cooperation, the other is transnational cooperation, the third is macro-regional cooperation, and we have macro-regional strategies. So I'm gonna use examples so you can maybe find out better what exactly does that mean. So when it comes to the cross-border cooperation, these are the programs that are mainly between two countries, and it could be more, but it's mostly 2 countries, and in the Interreg world they have the greatest funds. So when trying to gather significant funds for the sustainable tourism, I suggest you to start looking, at least in the world of Interreg, I suggest you to start looking on a cross-border cooperation. I'm going to use examples so you just know approximately what we're talking about. In this field, I find a really important cross-border program between Italy and Croatia, which was in the 2014 and 2020 financing period, had approximately 230 million euros. And it is probably going to have the similar amount in 2021 and 2027. I think that with that amount, project partners from the 2 countries can really make something that is, let's say, tangible, and that can be seen in their area. And then after it, one thing that you're probably most well aware of is transnational programs. Since WinterMed is one of the projects that was funded by a transnational program, Interreg Mediterranean. It's a different kind of fund from the CBC or cross-border cooperation funds, since it gathers more countries that are connected in a certain way that enables them to cooperate. I would say that for sustainable tourism and for the funding that we're talking here, it's important to mention Interreg Mediterranean, that is obviously working a lot on the sustainable tourism, but Interreg Adrian program as well. And through them, through the transnational cooperation programs, it is possible to achieve something that might not be as seen in this space as something that is made in the CBC or the funds that have been mentioned earlier, but it is a really good starting point that can show everyone from a certain area what are they common standing points and what do they want to cooperate on, so they can later be built on, and that can be used to generate certain projects, to generate certain knowledge, to generate certain I don't know how to say, let's say aspects that want to be tackled on a large scale. So yeah, from Interreg, that's the possible funding for the sustainable tourism.
Thank you, Marco. I will now give the floor to Sasha if you want to add something.
Da. Hrvatska turistička zajednica se vodi u svojem poslovanju, u radu, načelom da u stvari turizam treba razvijati na području cijele Hrvatske, što uključuje onda i otoke. U principu u razvoju proizvoda sudjelujemo nakon zadnje izmjene zakona sa relativno malim sredstvima kad se usporede s ovim sredstvima EU fondova i primarno u financiranju DMK. Znači kompanija koja će kreirati programe, pri čemu se sredstva odnosno dobivaju prema kriterijima koji su upravo tema i ovog projekta, to je smanjivanje sezonalnosti, odnosno programi dovođenja gostiju van sezone, povezivanje više destinacija i kroz znači kroz financiranje DMK mi sudjelujemo u razvoju proizvoda. Zadnjim setom zakona u stvari dano je na neki način veća sredstva su u stvari došle do transfera određenih sredstava prema regionalnim i lokalnim turističkim zajednicama i njihova uloga je naročito lokalnih zajednica koje imaju relativno mali turistički promet. Njihova uloga je definirana da prvenstveno treba biti u razvoju turizma. Tako da, nažalost, zbog ove pandemijske krize efekti toga nisu možda vidljivi. Zbog toga jer prihodi izravno ovise o turističkom prometu i turističkoj pristojbi. Nadalje, pokrenuti su bili u vremenu prije pandemije inicijative da se okrupne, znači, turističke zajednice, zato jer imamo u Hrvatskoj više od 300 lokalnih turističkih zajednica, što u stvari, recimo na jednom otoku može se dogoditi da je 5 različitih turističkih zajednica. Ideja u stvari je bila i ministarstvo koje je pokrenulo tu inicijativu da se turističke zajednice na nekim područjima, a otoci su upravo taj primjer, logičan primjer gdje takvo objedinjavanje ima smisla, da se ujedine kako bi u stvari se omogućio i razvoj, a i promocija otoka kao cjelokupne destinacije. I ministarstvo isto tako predviđa određena sredstva za takve udružene turističke zajednice.
Thank you, Sasha. And thank you to the three of you for this very clear overview of the financial opportunity. So hopefully this will benefit in some way the implementation of Winterman Transnational strategy on year-round tourism. And apart from financing needs, which we know is really a key variable for all destinations, even more in this recovery time, I wanted to ask 2 questions to Sasha. What do you identify as potential challenges for island destination to overcome in order to become more competitive and develop year-round sustainable tourism? And how can we promote year-round tourism? What are the niche markets for island in the winter season? So you can maybe develop for the Croatian island destination.
Moj profesionalni background je u stvari u istraživanju tržišta, u analizi podataka o turističkom prometu, u tržišnoj strategiji. Tako da kad pogledamo podatke u stvari za Hrvatsku i za hrvatske otoke, a sad treba procijeniti u kojoj mjeri se to odnosi na ostatak Mediterana, u podacima u stvari ono što vidimo je da kao prvo velika je razlika između otoka. Neki su vrlo razvijeni, dok u nekima je možda turizam u začecima, odnosno nemaju dovoljno razvijenu infrastrukturu. Međutim, kad se pogleda, neke karakteristike su zajedničke onim uspješnima, a to je, odnosno onima koji su uspjeli prebroditi veliku sezonalnost. To je u stvari da su pristupačni, da je lako doputovati na njih, da često je slučaj da su uspješni otoci oni na kojima u stvari postoje hotelski kapaciteti koji mogu organizirati, odnosno imaju duže vrijeme poslovanja, mogu ponuditi kompleksnije turističke usluge. U Hrvatskoj imamo veliki broj kapaciteta u stvari u short-term rentalu, u objektima u domaćinstvu, koji su izrazito sezonalni i doprinose velikoj sezonalnosti turizma. Kad razmišljamo o razdoblju van sezone, o shoulder months i čak o zimskim mjesecima, u stvari trenutno gosti koji dolaze sa drugačijim motivima, drugačije su karakteristike putovanja, to su kraća putovanja, produženi vikend ili samo vikend. I u principu barijera za putovanje na otok predstavlja vrijeme, odnosno trošak vremena i trošak novaca za te turiste. Tako da u stvari blizina emitivnih tržišta poput Njemačke, Austrije i lakoća dolaska na otoke, recimo Kvarnerskim otocima, doprinosi u stvari da imaju najmanju sezonalnost kad se promatraju hrvatski otoci. S druge strane, evo kad se spominju već Kvarnerski otoci, hotelski smještaj, diversifikacija proizvoda, znači odmah od sunca i mora u ovim ostalom van ljetne sezone, ulaganje u zdravstveni turizam, ulaganje u aktivni turizam, privlačenje gostiju sa drugim motivima rezultiraju sa uspjehom i smanjivanjem sezonalnosti turizma. Nažalost, kad se pogleda brojke vezano za strukturu smještaja, u stvari hoteli imaju najmanju sezonalnost, dok obiteljski smještaj ima najveću sezonalnost na otocima, kampovi su negdje između, međutim isto su jako osjetljivi na dobro vrijeme, odnosno tu ljetnu sezonu. Tako da u stvari neke glavne barijere su vezane za samu turističku ponudu, za doživljaje da li postoje na otocima van sezone, kako će taj odmor biti organiziran, da li se može provesti kvalitetan odmor od 7 dana na otoku, ako pričamo o dužem odmoru, odnosno ako je kraći odmor, da li taj trošak vremena i novaca je prihvatljiv za kraći odmor. Također treba razmišljati o potpuno drugačiji u stvari sklop od ljetnih možda gostiju, od gostiju koji traže sunce i more, tako da u stvari treba prilagoditi usluge, prilagoditi ponudu i doživljaje i u stvari pronaći te goste koji će dolaziti van sezone. Ono kad sam spominjao u stvari neke nedostatke možda u infrastrukturi koje otoci osjećaju u povezanosti, u stvari dolazak taj do otoka predstavlja u dijelu za dio naših otoka barijeru za cjelogodišnji turizam. Međutim, možemo vidjeti da...
However, we can see that if we take into consideration the demand in Croatia, we can notice that tourists before the pandemic, we didn't lack tourists before the pandemics. There were even methods and ways of overcoming the obstacles and barriers, or at least to decrease them. But now we have the question of once the island becomes an attraction, not a destination where you stay, where you enjoy, and where you have certain experience. The situation changes. Then the island is not just experience; it's just one place where you stop for a few days and move on. If we take into consideration infrastructure in this sense, then there are some services that local community cannot use, and this becomes an issue for them because tourists are coming and local community is limited. They have limited access to certain services because of the great touristic demand. So there is another problem of developing only certain aspect of the destination and the other aspects get disregarded.
Thank you very much, Sasha. And well, you mentioned connectivity and diversification of products and other aspects that are the main strategic axis of Winterman strategy. So it's really relevant. And now I would like to have the point of view of Thomas and Dunia. on another question, which is what are you doing and what can you do to enhance year-round sustainable tourism development? So,
yeah, this was very interesting intervention. I mean, I live very close by, so I know Croatian islands. And I do like Greece islands. I don't know that many of them. I know much more Croatia. So from my personal point of view, from what I see in the, if I take a look at the society of the group of my friends and family who often go to Croatia, also out of the main season, because the main season is really crowded. What we're trying to do in the sustainable tourism community is there are many projects who actually focus on this seasonalization. One that I would like to point out is Emblematic. It's a community of emblematic mountains, and they're trying to promote the tourism points or interesting points for visitors who that represent by these emblematic mountains who everybody wants to visit. But if you come in July, you probably can't because it's very crowded and it's very hot. So they did these eco itineraries all around Mediterranean, offering tourists to do eco-friendly tours. So everything is eco-friendly. It's not just the offer, but also the stay, the food, the local chains, the short chains, the means of transport. And then these destinations are usually in the background. They're not on the coast. So they're not in the, they also contribute to minimization, to decrease the crowdiness in the coastal areas, because everybody usually goes to the coast for the three seas. No? So there are these also MedFest was a project contributing to developing something that you did very well in Istria, gastronomic tourism. But it's not just gastronomy, it's always in connection with local production and short value chains. Many of the projects, maybe I should mention at this point, not only the sustainable tourism community, but also the renewable energy community, which is another community within the MET program. A lot of research has been done on local production of renewable energy sources or use of renewable energy sources, beside the obvious, which is the wind and the sun, also the bioenergy, the biomass for energy, because the larger islands do have, even though there are protected areas or some kind of natural areas, the sustainable exploration of this green biomass can contribute a lot to the energy needs during the winter. So if we talk about interconnections, connecting all the communities and all the results can really contribute a lot to the sustainable tourism goals. Also, a lot has been done on waste management within certain islands, because seasonality contributes a lot to a lot of waste in the summer, a lot of wastewater treatment problems, water supply in the summer. They did a big, I think it was quite successful project on how to store energy or the electricity, so the electrical energy sufficiency and storage also contributed to addressing the problem of seasonality. So many, if I turn back to the sustainable tourism, if I go back to this, our community, there are different projects with their goals and with the objectives that they reached. Everybody contributes a little bit to how to reach sustainability. And we are trying to communicate these either standards or approaches or pilot actions that have been successfully implemented in certain project areas. The problem is that, within the partnership, what has been done. Also the pirate areas and their management and their municipalities, local communities, they know about it. But if you go a little bit further away, then we have to communicate a lot to let people know what has been done and what can be transferred and implemented elsewhere. Also, from the seasonality point of view, I can't say a lot about Greece because I've been there only in peaks in July, mostly for the 3 Cs. We tried to do something different. We tried to do some water sports, and it was interesting because it was in Karpathos. There were 2 Slovenian companies doing windsurfing. I mean, offering windsurfing equipment and guidance. So, okay, obviously people from the north had to come to the south to show the locals what can be done. But I can comment a bit more Croatia. I think that eco itineraries, what has been done in the emblematic project, is something really important because it brings together biodiversity and environmental protection point of view. You have to offer, and what we as a Central European, Northern or colder destination we had to do it a long time ago because we don't have 3 Cs. We had to focus on local guides, on local offer, on, we are not the best, but we're trying to do that. If you come to, especially maybe southern islands, they have beautiful nature, they have mountains, they have even mountain huts somewhere. And Slovenian people, they always go either hiking or cycling or doing some water sports. And more to the north you go, more people want to do some activities. So when you come there, there are some things that were being developed in the last years, but still you have to search for them. So really good organization of local activities, especially those which focus on the stuff that you can't do in the summer because it's too hot. But there are many opportunities to do a lot of sports. That the best time is actually this month, the transition months. Now, maybe not in the winter really, but in the months in between. So in the spring and in the autumn, there's practically no marketing about it. Yeah. So once you have the offer, you have to do a lot of marketing, and then people will come, because from what I see in my circle, when you go from middle age towards seniority, then you don't like the summer temperatures anymore, but you still like to go to the sea. So good organization of what is being possible to organize, and then to do a good marketing, I think it could contribute a lot.
Thank you, Dunia. And yes, I agree with you regarding the marketing strategies that need to be more developed regarding the low season. Also, just to comment that in WinterMed, we have an Instagram account where we try to promote all the destination of the partnership outside the high season. So even though if it's just at project level now, but we think that this kind of communication is really useful indeed. Tommaso, we are running a bit out of time, so if you can be short.
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
Again, I think you touched already so many points. I have to say, I've been to Greece in low season on my honeymoon, and it was an amazing experience. Now, after hearing about Croatian islands, I would like also to make this experience. I cannot say for the next honeymoon, but maybe for a holiday. And well, what Nextour is doing to have all year round tourism, I can definitely say very shortly, supporting WinterMed. I know it's a tautological answer, but it's the truth, most of all. We are associated partner as Nextour to this project, and it's really because we strongly believe, and we believe since the beginning on the powerful message and need of what you are doing. And we are very, very happy that many of our members, Balearic Islands, EPTPO, Istria, Tuscany region, are in the partnership. because it's a transversal need, fighting seasonality in all the destinations of our network, most of all islands, but not only. And so having a project that is specifically working in this sense and now has a strategy that is really giving also guidelines and a vision on this is something that we strongly support. And concretely, the way we can do, I was talking before about dialogue, is really putting this strong message in our network. So sharing the outcome, we will definitely share the strategy with the other members and inspiring each other. So we have, for example, other members like Sardinia. I can talk for hours about the strategy that they have on how to achieve sustainable tourism, and they are targeting goals, principles, and of course for them one of the transversal key priority is also fighting seasonality, but they want to build this through in a sustainable way. And having them is not just the strategy of Sardinia, it's the strategy then of all the network, because we have what we call a knowledge hub, where we precisely put and we share all our best practices, and we have meetings, presentation, or even just our website to inspire each other. So then we have, for example, Canary Islands that are also very expert on how to have tourists for the all year round. And having also the review, it's nice, but also for them learning from the other regions is always inspiring. And not only islands, we were with Christina 2 weeks ago together in Tyrol in the middle of the Alps. We were talking together on how to prepare this meeting, and at the same time we were having a study visit on how mountain communities were developing sustainable tourism and again fighting seasonality in their local destination. And of course it was quite interesting for all the other members that were there. It was our General Assembly, so all the members were participating, really to discover new ways of doing, thinking out of the box, as MEP Kutajar was saying before. This is of course very crucial. And then founding is something also you were touching very much. As next to in this knowledge hub that we are developing, we are also really putting all the founding opportunities there. We are helping our members into building winning partnership consortia to apply for European funds, and we are partner of the Sustainable Tourist Community, which is also a very good way for us to support the development of sustainable tourism in the Mediterranean.
Thank you, Tommaso. And indeed, your network is really important for us, you know. As associated partner, we have a close contact with you, so, and also with the Croatian Tourist Board, which is also associated to WinterMed. So yeah, the idea will be is to continue working together and make sure that we promote the strategy outside the partnership, no? Just last question, we have 2 minutes, so just if you can say just one word or two regarding the specific program, so Adrian, Med, and what will this program finance in the next programming period related to island destination? I don't know if you have some information, maybe Marco or Dunia.
Yeah, I'll try to be very quick, but as a member of task forces for the Inter-Mediterranean and Adriatic Ionian program, we are working a lot to make sure that the new funding opportunities would be as what they are needed. So when it comes to Adrian, it is let's say the cooperation program that has to be submitted to the European Commission is not developed yet, but it will be soon. We have selected 3 priority objectives that where the funds are going to lie. It's Smarter Europe, Greener Europe, and More Connected Europe. And when it comes to the Mediterranean program, we have had, as well as in Adrian program, we have had a stakeholder consultation where we have heard what the needs and the challenges are on the field, and we have selected 2 priority objectives. One of them is Smarter Europe, and the other one is Greener Europe. We have, let's say, kind of envisioned that there are going to be 3 missions. One of them is going to be revolving around the sustainable economy. The other one is going to be revolving around protecting heritage and environment, and the third is going to be around green living areas. But the one thing that I find most important that we discovered and we realized the need. There is a transversal mission that is sustainable tourism. That means that every project that is going to be funded from the Inter-Mediterranean program, which is going to be called Euro-Mediterranean in 2021 and 2027, has to have some kind of indicators that are going to build up and that are going to improve sustainable tourism. When it comes to concretely to island destination, I don't really have time to talk about it a lot, but we have we found out that, not found out, but let's say we decided that we're going to try to do something about the waste that is on the island destinations. As we all know, this is a really big problem for the island destination. Just from the beginning, all the resources that are available on island are more expensive, and then when we come to the problem that getting rid of them is an even more expensive problem, and we are planning to tackle it through the priority objective 2, which is Greener Europe as a part of circular economy.
Thank you, and sorry for running out of time. But Dunya, do you want to add?
It's hard to add something compared to the information given from the national contact point of both of the programs you mentioned. When I checked our national contact point, they said the same. No, the med call will be before, because the program is prepared, and the Adrian will be slightly later on. But what has been sent for all the Interact programs that are going to be open, the calls for by next year probably. If we want to implement the Green Deal, then the green and the smart and sustainable will be anyway will be a priority, or will be packed in one of the priorities of all the calls. So now it's the time to seize this opportunity, to take the money and to make a difference. Yeah, to implement it also in the action plans of the local communities.
Great, thank you very much. Just last word from my side. So I just wanted to stress once more the importance of sharing views, practices, and project results at all levels between all type of stakeholders, and to further cooperate, promoting multi-level governance approach in the tourism sector to jointly advance toward the own sustainable tourism. So I would like to thank you, all the panelists. It was really interesting. Thank you very much. Thank you, Josiane. You're online, so.
Thank you too, and have a good remaining day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Tina.
Just to say a few words, unfortunately, we don't have much time for questions.
Our lunch is waiting, but we can see in the chat maybe one to answer, maybe one of them. Okay, everything is some technical questions. Maybe we have some other. Scrolling up, no. No. Okay, I don't see any question for you, but thank you very much for your presentations and this debate. It was really insightful. thank you all to coming here in Porridge and welcome all our participants. I will now take the chance to invite you for the break, for the lunch break, and we will continue after 1 hour. Thank you.
Hello. Dobar dan. Oh, voli. Ma ne, ma u inozemstvu sam. Hvala. Ne, hvala. Hvala. Halo? Halo? Dobro, onda je nećemo staviti. Ok. I tako samo ulazim, možeš ovdje ugasiti profija. Ne, stopao sam još sharing, samo zvuk još prolaz. Ajde, hvala.
Dobrodošli natrag na našu radionicu I na našu posljednju...
Welcome back to our workshop and to the next session called RAP Implementation, Challenges for the Future Development, First Steps in Implementation. Our moderator will be Mrs. Kristina Brčić, Head of the Department of Tourism of the Institute of Agriculture and Tourism. And she is the main leader of the project. Our main partner is the agency from Cyprus, presided by Ms. Eudokia Balamou from Cyprus, of Larnaca and Famagusta District Development Agency. We would like to say hello to Mrs. Sonia Palai from the Tourism Policies expert of the Association of Tuscan Municipalities from Tuscany. Online, we will be joined by Mr. Jean-Dominique Cesari, chargé de mission from the Agency of Tourism of Corsica. Then we will be also joined by Dr. Ana Jarcada, Associate Professor from the Department of Public Communication of the Cyprus University of Technology. I think you could check if Mrs. Ana Zarkada is here.
I am, indeed.
Then?
I'm here. Hi.
Mrs. Ana Zarkada is confirming that she's with us. Okay. Then I would like to also invite Dolores Ordóñez, Technical Director in Any Solution, who will present the Balearic Islands Tourism Agency. Hello. I would also like to invite the head of the Department for Physical Planning of the Dubrovnik-Neretva County, Ms. Barbara Savin, of the Dubrovnik-Neretva County in Croatia, and Director Dalibor Cvitkovic, who is the director of Amali Lošinj Tourist Board, who is always our partner in these types of projects. And in the end, last but not least, it is my honor to invite Mrs. Nada Prodan Marakovic, who is head of the Administrative Department for Tourism of the Istrian County. A warm welcome to her too. I would like to give a floor to our moderator, Kristina Brčić. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here on time after lunch. I have difficult task to entice you to think after lunch, but I am very happy to be here with you today, that so many of you have joined us and that we have many participants online. It is a special pleasure to be able to talk to my colleagues from WinterMed project who have done the bottom-up work part in designing WinterMed strategy. In the months that preceded the creation of the final strategy, our partners of the project have done 6 regional action plans, and representatives of all 6 regions are here with us today, joining us in the panel, and we will talk about their experiences. We have also invited Mr. Dalibor and Mrs. Nada Prodan-Mrakovic, who represent Croatia in this session, but in Croatia they have gone furthest in the implementation and practice that has to do with sustainable tourism in Croatia. So we will see if we'll be able to learn something from this today's discussion from our experts who in these special times of COVID have dealt with the issues that we have previously discussed during our panel. So in this session we will discuss how during the COVID years they have managed to make regional action plans, which challenges they faced, which will be their first steps in further implementation of action plans, and what are the deadlines to expect better results or visible, palpable results, and what can someone from other regions outside, or from Istria County, from the island of Mali Lošinj, how they look at things, how they see things, and how they see everything that we have heard today. I think it will be very interesting to hear the vision, the mission, and the strategy we are presenting today. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to experts who will tell us more on this. I have prepared a set of questions that I will set to them. So I don't know if we're going to be able to ask all of them. We have to stick to our schedule. We have translators and we would like to conclude on time. So, Eudokia.
Regional action plan within the specific COVID pandemic period.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Christina, for hosting this transnational workshop here in Porek. It's an opportunity to be here after COVID. Actually, it's my first trip, and it's good to see all these friends because we're collaborating for so many time, and now we are a big family. As we know, the tourism is one of the sectors that it was really hit very hard by the pandemic, and the outlook is still remaining highly uncertain. We don't know how things will evolve in the future. We don't know if we're going to have new lockdowns and so on, even though we have the vaccine. We saw that during this year in 2021, and I give an example of Cyprus, that we had seen a rise in our tourism. Until August, according to the Statistical Service of Cyprus, we had 1 million of tourists arriving in Cyprus, even though in 2019 we had so far 4 million of tourists. And especially now during September and October, we see more tourists coming. And this is a good thing. And another thing that we notice is the domestic tourism, which is a key in order if we want to, let's say, have an all year, let's say, strategy and promote our seasonality and not to have the seasonality. So rebuilding tourism is a priority, and the sector must become more sustainable and resilient. That's also we heard this morning. So this pandemic crisis actually gave us the opportunity to rethink the tourist model, how we can change the model for the future in the long term, because changes will come slowly. Tourism is actually at the crossroad, and the measures that we need to put in place today will shape the tourism of the tomorrow. So developing an action plan during the COVID, we consider, as I said, the long-term implications of the crisis, but at the same time, find ways of how we can capitalize the digitalization, support the low carbon transition, the circular economy transition, since we are also partners of the Encircle project, and promoting this structural transformation of the sector in order to build a stronger and more sustainable and resilient tourist economy. Let me say some key, let's say, priorities when we are mentioning about developing a regional action plan strategy during the COVID. It's also how we can restore the travelers' confidence, and also how to support the tourist business to be more adaptive, to be able to survive. They're the ones that they face a very big decrease in their income. And there was, of course, a governmental support, but for how long can the government support them economically? So we need also to find different ways, and this is something that it came when we're designing our action plan. How also to promote the domestic tourists. For example, in Cyprus, the Deputy Minister of Tourism was launching a different subsidies to the people that they wanted to go in hotels in Cyprus by subsidizing 35% of the cost. So that was really very, very good for the hotels. They were able to have at least domestic tourists during this time. Another important thing is how we can strengthen the cooperation between the stakeholders, the public and the private sectors, how we can have this collaboration when we are doing the different strategies, because they are the ones actually that they are implementing the different strategies. And how also we keep this balance, as Fabricia mentioned before, between environmental sustainability and the profit. So all of this, actually, it was a very good opportunity, because when we had the COVID, everything stopped. So we had to rethink how we are going now to behave as a tourist destination if we want to overcome the problems of the COVID, but as well of the great seasonality that we are facing.
Thank you, Dokia. Sonia, you have a lot of experience in developing strategic plans and different plans. What is essential in designing a tourism strategy?
So good morning, I'm very pleased to be here. I prefer to speak in Italian because I think also I think that it would be easier for me to explain what we did, which is my experience. Io vengo da un'esperienza del privato e anche
I was working in the private sector. I was in charge of tourism for different touristic organizations in Tuscany. And I've had the pleasure and the honor of working as a regional minister in charge of tourism, dealing with destination strategies in the public sector. Now I'm in charge of tourism for the Tuscan organization, the organization of Tuscan municipalities. And I can put my skills to the service of this organization and in favor of programming for the destinations. Tourism law in Italy is centered on the regional level. So any kind of tourism policy must be seen within the framework of regional tourism policies. Therefore, the law gave a greater role to municipalities. And there's a very strong collaboration in Tuscany between the different municipalities and between the public and the private sector. What we've tried to do with the WinterMed project was to emphasize the importance of the collaboration between the public and the private sector in any kind of strategy. And the panels we've organized with our stakeholders to share specific experiences of a wide array of skilled experts was aimed to focus on innovation, process innovation and inclusion. We've done this by focusing on skills. So being competent is key in this regard. Acquiring new skills is very important, and this can be done through training. We started a training process for the Tuscan Islands, thanks to the WinterMed project. And this enabled us to increase our strength. The stakeholders were expressing a need for this training, and we've raised the awareness of all the stakeholders by focusing on the specific needs of our region, especially in the time of pandemic and in view of the year 2030. So, public administrators and private operators were able to cooperate in the field of tourism and in the culture sector. We've also involved the residents in this whole process.
Cercando di mettere in piedi percorsi nuovi, avendo anche il coraggio di abbandonare le idee per laddove magari i percorsi non
We wanted to
funzionano.
find new opportunities, and so being brave and being brave enough to put into place new projects was something which was very important. Listening was also very important. We have to be open to dialogue. Everyone is as important as everyone else, regardless of where you work. In a hotel, be you an administrator, a hotel owner, or a restaurant owner, everyone has their own role to play, and no one is more important than anyone else. So we have to be open to dialogue. The action plan that we developed focused on short-term solutions. These support operators and ensure that they are not left behind. Why is that? Because operators want quick, immediate solutions. At the same time, the action plan also implements medium-term solutions and also long-term solutions, i.e. the ones that consider the 2030 agenda, which seems far away, but it is just around the corner. So we have these three strategies: short, medium, long-term solutions, which has allowed us to talk with all stakeholders without losing sight of them.
Thank you, Sonia. Professor Anna, thank you for joining us in this panel. I would like to ask you, how much time do you think is needed to implement regional action plans, your regional action plan, and visible changes in the field can be monitored?
Well, first of all, I have to say that I'm very jealous that you are in beautiful Croatia, even though I am in beautiful Limassol in Cyprus. But I would have liked the trip, because I think what we all missed so much during the lockdowns and the aftermath of the pandemic is culture and tourism. And I also want to thank you for asking me, of course, the $64 million question. Like, you know, it's the kind of question that looks like how long is a piece of string, or better still, how long will it take between I flirting in the bar and having a mortgage and 3 kids? But having listened to what everybody was talking about this morning, and making notes of everything, and especially what the previous 2 speakers said in this panel, I would say that my guess is we are going very fast towards a total change of people's mentality. And when people's mentalities change, then the action plans that are so forward-looking, like the WinterMed action plans, are implemented smoothly and much quicker than expected. And to pick up on what Evdokia was saying before, subsidies, of course, are not sustainable, government subsidies. Moreover, they are dangerous for the economy because we turn private enterprises into beggars, and we turn the public's different interest and professional groups against each other. Why are they getting, for example, why is tourism getting a subsidy, like Evdokia was saying, by subsidizing Cypriot citizens' holidays in hotels? But my son went to Dionysis Savopoulos concert the other night and he paid full ticket. There was no subsidy on that one. So it creates tensions that we do not need at the moment. But I'm very optimistic. And looking back, I come from a country, I'm Greek. And I come from a country that less than 10 years ago, to do my tax returns, I had to collect bits of paper from the supermarket and from the kiosk where I bought a 50-cent bottle of water, and present the tax authorities, personally visit the tax office and present them with a pile that was about that big of my miserly civil servant salary and my pitiful expenses. And a few months ago, I sold a piece of land in Greece, in a remote area of Greece, without visiting any public offices, and me being here and the buyer being in Belgium, I believe, or something like that. So what I'm saying is that we've seen a very rapid digital transformation, and this will not stop. Once the water gates are opened, you cannot stop the flood of evolution. Also, because we missed both tourism and culture so much during the lockdown, but at the same time, because of the digitalization of cultural and tourist products, we were able to watch documentaries about cities that we wouldn't normally sit down and watch. And because I now have a subscription to the Met, so I can judge the Greek National Opera House by the standards of the Met that was previously inaccessible to me. What happens is that we have people, we have markets that are really yearning for culture and tourism, but they have also become more discerning. Discerning consumers and customers force businesses to be more responsible socially, environmentally, to offer higher quality services, to offer cultural and tourist experiences, not just mass-produced products. So I'm very, very optimistic. What we have been listening to today is about to become reality much sooner than we really think.
Thank you very much. I like this part, optimistic view that we see the problem on the optimistic way. I agree with you.
Please note that by nature, I see all glasses almost empty.
Yeah, the same.
So it's I really believe that things are looking up eventually.
I said the same, but I see the same glass, but I always think it's half full. So I like this optimistic part. So don't waste your time. I don't want to waste your time. I will ask Jean. Hello, Jean. I'm very sorry you are not here with us. Thank you for joining us online. What is similar and what is different to other islands involved in WinterMed project? So what is similar to Corsica and other islands involved in the project? Yeah. Can you tell us your opinion about that?
Nous avons tous, bien évidemment,
Well, we all face the same problems, I would say, the problems related to insularity. And there are quite many of them also because we are more or less touristic islands. I was just listening to the figures that were mentioned in the opening, and they said that they had 1 million tourists this summer. Well, in Corsica, we had 3 million tourists, and the season isn't over yet. I guess it was the best season for the past 30 years in Corsica, which is quite amazing. So we are at the peak of tourism. Of course, summer is the highest season. We had a peak between the 15th of July and 20th of August, and this is what gathers here today through the WinterMed project. So what is similar? The seasonality issue, of course, that is quite hard to solve. Also, social issues. Just for your information, in Corsica, there's a very high unemployment rate, but we have to call upon temporary workers. And the issue of seasonality has a strong impact on the environment as well. We've seen this summer that we had to restrict water, and for the first time this summer, because summer was really hot for a very long period of time, we asked also people to make effort regarding power consumption. We asked people to make a choice, and that was the first time this happened. So I would say that for once, as Anna was saying before, there is a general awareness raising, and this is the case everywhere, I believe. There's also a waste issue. It's a recurring issue that we've seen this morning. So these are all the problems we all have to face. Now, what may be different, when talking about Corsica, is that we have an accessibility issue. Even if we are very close to France, close to Italy, and to Spain as well, we have an accessibility issue with airlines mostly, because Corsica is 1 hour and a half flight from any European capital, maximum 2 hours and a half flight. This is, of course, an advantage, or that would be an advantage if we had enough airlines with competitive prices to bring a Nordic tourist, for example, in those months when, well, the weather is a bit, smoother. As you know, Corsica is mostly a summer destination, and this label is sticking to us. That's indeed, we have lots of tourists in summer. More than 50% of our tourists come between the 1st of July and the 30th of August. That's 50% of tourists. The other 50% come during the rest of the year, and they are very different people. So what may be different in Corsica is rather, the issue of airlines that we would like to solve through this regional action plan, among other things, because we are different from the Balearic Islands. We don't have that many airline facilities, despite the fact that we have 4 airports. But so far, this has been an issue, and it has been preventing us from having tourism throughout the year. So if we try to have a longer season of 9 to 10 months, and that would be a possibility in Corsica. There's no problem at all. There are plenty of things to do all year round. That would be, of course, a major success for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Dolores, I'm glad you're here with us today. What are the biggest challenges decision makers face in tourism on islands when they decide to develop year-round tourism? And what was or is the case in Balearic Islands regarding that?
So first of all, thank you. Thank you for inviting us to be here. It's a great pleasure to be in presence with all of you, because at the end we're speaking about tourism, and tourism is human touch. So at the end we are here and we can learn and experience much better when we are all together. So regarding decision makers, so I think it has been mentioned also from Italy. So we really need to know which are the administrative burdens and which are the administrative responsibilities that exist at the level of tourism. So tourism in Spain, for example, we have a national ministry, but the competencies on tourism depends on the regions. And now at the level of the Balearic Islands, these competencies in the management and organization of the tourism policies are now at island levels. Then we have the biggest municipalities, as it could be Calvia or Palma or Ibiza, that they have also their own initiatives in terms of tourism. And then we have other trends that are appearing that are related to the smart tourism destinations, that are initiatives that are coming from national level with a standardization on how a destination can become a smart tourism destination. And it's something that it also should be taken into account. We don't have to forget that tourism is not an European policy, although now with tourism, it seems that everybody started to be worried and occupied on tourism. And I think this should be a positive point of view, because this means that we're going to be taking into account. Before COVID, at the level of Spain, we had the discussion if tourism is an industry or not. Now, there are no doubts. Tourism is an industry, and we have to take care of that at the same level that the other industries in Spain, because it has tackled our economic sector. And this is something that perhaps before we didn't take into account. So now when they are developing all the tourism policies, they are taking into account how important is tourism for the global economy of the region or at local level. The European Commission has mentioned that the recovery of tourism will be based in two main pillars: digitalization and sustainability. So we really knew about that, but now is the Commission that is saying that to us. So in our plans, our regional plans, in our local plans, all the decision makers should know what is feasible in terms of sustainability and digitalization for making our destinations every time more attractive, in which we can offer the best tourism experience, because we are tackling with this project these all year round activities. And to organize these all year round activities, our colleague from Corsica has mentioned it, accessibility. This is the main thing. So tourists should be able to arrive to our islands. If we don't have connectivity, it's very complicated to organize activities. But at the same time, we really need to offer tourism activities that are very attractive for all these people that are able to visit in the low season. Taking into account that there are a lot of possibilities, much of them related also with digitalization. This morning has been mentioned also the possibility of the digital nomads. This is something that is appearing now in different documents and policies, but it's not always feasible for the islands. For the level of the Balearic Islands, living in Mallorca or being in Ibiza is really very expensive. So when defining all these activities and which will be these future tourism policies, in which digitalization and sustainability are my aims, it's very important that the stakeholders, the decision makers are involving the whole tourism value chain. Without the stakeholders, without the ones that are really involved in the day-to-day of the tourism activity, it's quite complicated. So the public-private partnership are a key issue in every decision that should be taken at the tourism level.
Thank you, Dolores. Barbara, dobrodošli nam s juga.
Barbara, welcome from the south. The question for you is, from the point of view of your function, what is the goal of a physical planning in sustainable development of tourist destination? It is a very complex question, but it's a great role because in the strategies and action plans, you have to have a precondition of physical planning and construction. So you have to define what touristic zone is. So physical planning has a great role, but also it has a great role from the point of view of cultural heritage protection and environmental protection. Or we didn't speak a lot about environmental footprint. We were focused on some other environmental aspects, but this is also important. So take into consideration the devastation of cultural heritage and natural environmental heritage. Definitely, physical planning impacts a sustainable development a lot. So through physical planning, in a manner that we protect cultural and environmental heritage, it's very important. We haven't had much focus on it up to now, in the sense that we took into consideration concrete problems on the field. Currently, we are developing a certain methodology that we could implement in action plan on the strategic level. So there is a lack of a real connection between these two sectors, the one doing physical planning and the strategies and action fields, let's say, on the action plans on the field. Cultural heritage in Croatia, we have protected cultural heritage. It is protected by law, of course, and we have the competent ministry dealing with it. But physical plans don't have legally defined studies that enable us to analyze these cultural heritage sites in order to preserve them. These sites can be found, of course, on the islands as well, because of the diversity that of the Croatian territory, and we should protect those sites in order for the sites to be provided and offered to the tourists during touristic season and outside of it. This is our starting idea when developing the methodology that I mentioned, and we are going to move on from there. Thank you, Dalibor. In Croatia, Mali Lošinj is an example of destination that decided to do sustainable tourism development. How does that look? First of all, good day to everyone. Thank you for inviting me. It's nice to be here. I have been here all day and I heard a lot. I can repeat things that I found very memorable. This is dialogue, balance, equality, in both national and international context. I like the situation on Balearic Islands. I would like to see it implemented in Croatia as well. As for Lošinj, I come from the island. I was born there, I grew up there, and I'm a part of the island. Lošinj is an archipelago of around 30 islands, and 7 of them are inhabited. Lošinj is the greatest, the island on the Adriatic with the biggest population. So the municipality or the city of Lošinj has 8,000 inhabitants, but we have certain periods when a lot less inhabitants really lives there. In our researches that we implemented in order to see what the impact on tourism was, of these 8,000 tourists on Lošinj comes in August. These are not just tourists, these are people who have summer houses, these are people coming with boats to Mali Lošinj, and it has a lot of impact on infrastructure because islands don't have complex infrastructure. Because in the past, when the infrastructure was built, such touristic impact hasn't been foreseen. First, we developed a sustainable tourism action plan, and there we realized 10 to 15% of the planned tourism numbers. This was in 2012, 2013. We learned a lot from that. It was hard to make stakeholders think in this early phase, because they had only earnings on their minds, and the policy as such couldn't make decisions because they didn't have database. We found database in 2015 because we joined the project within European Union, and we measured the indicators of tourism to infrastructure. We knew this is a great impact, but we didn't know how much impact it really had. So in order to make plans, you have to have scientific facts. It seems easy, but 43 indicators from water management, waste disposal. Let's say that 120 liters is spent by average inhabitant, and that this number doubles during the touristic season. So overall infrastructure including overall infrastructure from the water supply to the pools and to drinking water. So when you take these all information into consideration, you have to trust to get them into stakeholders. And when you observe all these information, you basically conclude that you have to agree with main 9 stakeholders in tourism. We arranged with them to deliver us with the invoices that they have, and then we use the invoices to make the calculations. So in the first 2 to 3 years, we found our ways around, and it helped us in tourism. And after that, we started establishing indicators where we could define our destination, touristic destination. We did the strategy of development for the period of 5 years, and what I would like to see, we did that through the Institute of Tourism, and I would like to see it implemented in every island. The study of capacities, touristic capacities, it is very important for an environment, for a community such as island. So now, after this part, we were slowed down by COVID pandemics, but we have different projects still going on, 2 solar power plants, and now we are changing the infrastructure structure from Vransko Jezero to Mali Lošinj. So the projects aiming at sustainability and tourism are being implemented. But before you implement them, you have to go through this path. You have to get indicators in accordance with which you can measure the impact of tourism. If this conference happened in 2012, it would be much easier for us to go through that process. But you always have to think ahead of your times in order to do something good. I think that we are on a right track. And what you mentioned about public-private partnership, I would like to emphasize one element: public-public partnership. This is disregarded by many people. We cooperate very well with all utility companies, with institutions, and this is important, especially if you are a small island. And you have to have a good cooperation with ministries, with competent institutions. One institution has to know about the activities of the others, not to repeat themselves. Yeah, that's my opinion. Thank you. We had this concrete example of how fast things can go when they are done well. Nada, we are glad to see you here as well. What activities do you take in your county, Istria County? As regards to tourism, thank you, Christina, for inviting me. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for great cooperation between public and public institutions, so Istria County and Institute for Tourism and Agriculture. We have great cooperation, and we are working intensively on sustainable development of tourism. We developed some documents. I'm not going to tell them in detail, but I will just mention a few of concrete examples. First of all, but before that, Istria, if you don't know, is the most developed touristic Croatian county. 1/3 of its profit, Croatian profit is realized in Istria in 2019, pre-COVID. Why am I mentioning pre-COVID period? Because COVID kind of impacted all touristic activity. We had 28 million overnight stays, or 4.8 billion arrivals. I will give you one more information because it's interesting. There are 200,000 of inhabitants in Istria, and we have 110 accommodation units. What does this mean? I mean, it's information that is clear. We have the capacity, but there are more of us. It's basically the double number. It's a great pressure for all of us, for the inhabitants, for the infrastructure, for the community, of course, for electricity, water, utility supply, and so on. COVID pandemics brought us something. I'm not sure if it's just COVID, but at one moment in 2019, I thought, oh my God, if this continues, we are all going to, it's going to be a catastrophe. Why? Because 80% of touristic profit comes from summer months. However, COVID slowed everything down. He reset some of us in Istria County a lot before COVID came to being. We started thinking in the county about touristic sustainability. So when you are observing what is going on due to your touristic activity and what are the consequences, how large they are they negative or positive, this is a good approach. So as Istrian County in 2015, we started thinking about these things. And Istrian County, as institution, has a special development for sustainable development, not just for tourism, but for physical planning as well. And it deals with protected areas in Istria. And we have always thought about sustainability, but the fact is that what the other speakers said too, that since 2019, that we just focused on the increase of profits. But now, finally, we are thinking about sustainability of tourism. So not just about the profit, but also about some negative impacts, negative consequences of tourism. So concretely, what we did in Istrian County and what we have been doing for 5-6 years. This is that, so we tried to influence by our activities, we try to influence both public and private stakeholders. For example, we did it through financing manifestations, different manifestations and events that happened all over Istria. We did criteria and we financed especially those who are developing the topic of sustainability. We did certain criteria that refers to whether the manifestation includes local community. So everybody who wanted funds, they had to meet certain criteria. We kind of guided them to organize manifestations that focus on sustainability, because otherwise they wouldn't get the funds. And this is a good approach. It's a good tool, because after 5 years of financing. I did analysis prior to that decision about criteria and after this decision. And then we saw that the quality of manifestation and events was increased. And during the organization, organizers took into consideration this environmental aspect. So the things kind of changed in a positive manner. As for season, you can cut me or stop me if I go for too long. And as for season, I said that June, July, and August, it's our peak. 80% of our profit comes from the period from June to August. We wanted to increase this. We wanted to, prolong it to May and September, let's say. And we developed selective forms of tourism. We develop gastronomic tourism with the emphasis on olive oil, on wines, on authentic products such as prosciutto. So everything that is seasonal, regardless whether these are sea products or some other products. So apart from that, we had other activities that we have been strengthening for the last 20 years. These activities refer to sports, to hiking, biking. We also included some other activities in nature. We are developing touring. So considering that our geography is very well organized, we have everything available and the nearby markets are close to us. So people come to us over the weekend. And then not to mention other products such as culture and so on. So what we did is we prolonged the season for a few months. So the peak was lowered a bit and the season was a bit prolonged. And realistically, there are no reason why Istria shouldn't have all year-round tourism. We have all possibilities, we have all resources to achieve it. And in order to achieve it, especially because we developed products, we had to include private sectors such as stores, hotels, restaurants. They had to stay open and not closed as they used to be 7 years ago. They used to open in April and they would close in September. And that's it. I earned my money. I don't need anything else. But now we changed this situation because we knew that when there is too much load on the coast, that these 3 months is too much for people. So we decided to use the hinterland of Istria that was not developed in relation if you compare it to the coast. But it also grows for 25% in the number of tourists, in the number of manifestations, in the number of events. So when we are financing projects, we are funding not a coastal project, but the projects from the interior for selective forms of tourism. So this is how we prolong season. I'm going to stop here. Thank you to Nada. I'm very emotional at this moment because Nada is very emotional and convinced about her work and passionate about her work, and she could go on and on. But we have to give the opportunity to other speakers as well, because we have more questions. We have many questions more, but I am going to do just one more set. So use it. If I didn't ask you something and you really want to share something with us, please do share it. Eudokia, please.
Can you tell us what were the main barriers to developing regional action plans in your destination?
Before I go to the barriers, I mean, all the things I hear is similar to what the situation is Cyprus, especially for Istria. We have the same problem. June, July, and August, 80% of our tourists are coming at this period of time. And we can understand the pressure that we have in our natural resources in managing water, waste, the mobility and the traffic, the noise that is being created, and how this affects also the local people. It's actually something that we also need to focus to see the social impacts as well, which is also one of, let's say, not barriers, I wouldn't name them barriers in developing an all-year round destination, but I would say things that we need to, issues that we need to tackle if we want to move forward. So one of this is also the social impacts, think how the people are affected from the tourists and have them in mind when we are designing our strategies and how we can understand their own needs and understand the local societies. In Cyprus, if I ask you what it first comes to your mind, you will say sun and sea. And this is one of the main barriers. Our whole branding for many years, it's being on sun and sea. See our videos, it's beautiful beaches, everything you can do, we show them during summertime, the water sports, the food and everything is in summertime. So there is a very big issue, how we are changing this branding, how now we are going to start a new branding system and a new promotional in order to, let's say, move towards to show different also assets that we have in Cyprus. We have very good, gastronomy. We have hiking, we have biking, we have very mild winters that someone even for health reasons can come and visit Cyprus. Even in December, you still can swim. The temperatures are quite high. So for countries like Scandinavians, that is cold, for them it's still summer in Cyprus. However, if you try to come in Cyprus during January, most probably you will pay a very big amount of money for your ticket, and probably you will need 2 or 3 flights to reach the destination. So this is another one problem, air connectivity. And how can you convince the big travel, let's say, companies to put more itineraries and more routes to come to Cyprus? So that comes now to another issue, how we can create that demand during this time of year, how we can diversify our product and promote that so we can create the demand. But at the same time, we have to create the supply. We have, let's say, local people that they have small workshops, small art crafts, and you can go and make, for example, one experience to make traditional products. But these people, most probably they don't speak English, they don't know how to host the different tourists. So you need to educate them. You need to start to make them, to put some standards. If you want to offer some services, you need to put some standards. So you need to create first the supply, let's say, and after the demand, after you promote that. So this is something that, again, it will take some time. And also there is a lack of understanding among the stakeholders. What is the, let's say, the benefits of an all year round destination? So we need again to change this mentality of the people. I will agree with Anna that slowly the mentality is changing, but still a lot of effort needs to be done. How can you change, let's say, big hotels, this tour operators mentality? And especially when if you say that, be open a big hotel for all the year, what they will think? They will feel the cost. They will say, why should I open and have a 50%, let's say, occupancy rate, which will cost me a very big cost for my hotel? No, I will close it. So you need slowly to change the mentality. And that's when I say you need to create also the demand. And of course, another thing is to create new experiences and new markets and new products and to tackle new markets. You will not tackle family and kids during November and December. They go to school. So you need to also to think different markets. The pensioners, they are a very good market and they can travel all year around. All the people that they like to see cultural heritage and they need to see and live in a country and see the cultural heritage, the connection with European heritage and in general, all these kind of things. And it's people that they like to go diving, and Cyprus is ideal even in winter time for diving. It's another good product to promote. So all these things I wouldn't say them, as I said, barriers, but issues that we had to tackle and we were discussing with the different stakeholders when we try to develop our action plan.
Thank you, Eudokia. I like how this discussion is going. You know, it's like we have the general proba before. So, Sonia, please, do you have some examples of how stakeholders can be motivated to participate in developing plans? How have you involved your stakeholders, especially in COVID? Yeah.
Yes, of course. Our work group really had great problems when it came to involving stakeholders. So how did we do it? We had some partnerships with different associations or national governments that represented stakeholders. Our objective was clear. We had our vision, and we knew who our target audience was. A target audience that we needed to reach our objective. So we had a very clear mission, vision, and pathway. We tried to involve the national park of the Tuscan archipelago. Why is that? Because it was somewhere we already worked on. And because we focus on sustainable tourism, and that meant that we had to involve the national park. First, because it is there on our doorstep, and two, because this national park has a very clear mission and it works towards sustainability. Over the course of the years, it has been involved in European projects that focus on sustainability. So rather than creating our own independent pathway, we decided to involve the national park by leveraging everything that had already been established and reached the national park. So we came to an agreement with the national park and we leveraged the best that they had resulted. We then shifted the focus during the ongoing work that we had already carried out. And our main objective was that of adding value to those people who had already taken part in our projects. So what was the result? First, we had shortened time. The national park did not participate in the Intermed project, but they had done similar projects, and so they already knew what to do. And so when we involved private operators and the associations that represent them, this was a shortcut which allowed us to talk with them. And we, from a municipal level, we approached them by saying that WindMed was a new project, that it was completely new. No, what we said was, we are working with the park. We have learned from them. We are basically using this as a stepping stone. The only thing we add in terms of value is we shift the focus slightly, but the values and the mission is always the same. Thanks to this, stakeholders understood that WinterMed would allow them to continue on the work that had already been carried out in the past. Moreover, we also trained public and private stakeholders. And these training sessions focused on knowledge which allowed us to create tangible models. These tangible models resulted in creating a tourist destination. During all of our meetings that we had online, we highlighted all of the topics that you talked about. We focused on food and wine, on outdoor sports and active tourism. And of course, we also talked about the sun, sea, and sand, of course. But we also set specific deadlines. In the action plan for this year, we organized the first face-to-face meeting in July, and we focused on food and wine. And we already decided to hold this conference in a year's time. So it's something very specific. We have some very short-term and long-term activities, and each activity will result in specific positive objectives. They asked us during one of our meetings to set up a island help desk. This help desk would create a landline number and email contact that private stakeholders could use to speak with these people who knew everything about the island. Within our association, Anci Toscana already had the experience by creating a mountain help desk. So from the moment that we received the request for an island help desk, it took us 4 months to create something similar. During our first online conference, we said we would be very quick about it. And then by the time we held the face-to-face project, we debuted the help desk for islands. And this was a very short-term objective. I would just like to conclude by talking about data. Now, data are essential if we want to work well. Yes, knowledge is all well and good, but you need data. So what we did is that we analyzed the data about the archipelago in terms of supply and demand, but we did it using an online perspective. In other words, we didn't give a point of view of the people who live there and who work there. What we did was we listened to what happens online and the idea that people have online about destination. So we used the online data and we gave them all this data that we collect thanks to the WinterMed project, which became a tool to future planning, which would help not only a local destination, but also a local business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sonia. We have 20 minutes left, so please consider that to share these minutes between you. And I want to ask Jean, can other destinations benefit from the experience gained in WinterMed? Do you have advice that you would like to share with us, Jean?
Alors, les parties prenantes qui ont été pour l'action régionale,
the different stakeholders during the COVID crisis with the Corsica region and the state developed a recovery plan. And this allowed us to work with all stakeholders and to ask them questions. With the tourism agency of Corsica, we went ahead and this was pivotal, obviously, because it's this agency that develops the policy, and this agency also has a board which decides on the strategies. And so we talked about the recovery plan with the board and talked about WinterMed. Nowadays, we have a WinterMed plan, which a recovery plan rather, that has some measures which come from WinterMed, and this will allow us to pace up. And all of this is coordinated by Corsica and the region. This is a public policy which we are leading with the different stakeholders, the state, the Agency for Development and Ecology, amongst others. We also have some regional agency, the Agency for Economic Development, Urbanism. Those are the public policies. Then on the private sector, obviously, we asked the private stakeholders who are part of the board, such as trade unions for hostelry and sports, to provide their input. And what's more, as I said during my first intervention, we worked with the chambers of trade, which are also in charge of airways. And we will have to work with them on opening new lines. And we will have to work with the European Commission. We already started some work on this a few years ago because we want some support so that, well, we can develop ourselves, and so that almost all year round we could have more flights. This is key for us. We wish to work with the Chamber of Commerce, and obviously we will also work with the rest of the industry, gastronomy, agriculture, hostelry, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Dolores, I have one more question for you. Do you think stakeholders' cooperation on the Mediterranean islands is possible? And can collaboration be encouraged to address common challenges, and how?
Yes, we need to be positive, and of course, I think the Mediterranean stakeholders have been collaborating for a long period. Perhaps starting from the public administration through projects like this one, but at the level of the Mediterranean, we have a lot of examples of Interreg-Med projects in which different entities, public, private, and also research institutions and universities are collaborating. I think the big challenge now is to foster the collaboration of the private companies, especially the small and medium size, in which they can also transfer the knowledge they have in the different sectors that have been mentioned today. So it's not only tourism, but it's also agri-food, it's also culture. There are a lot of things in which we can transfer knowledge. We can make this exercise of learning, transfer our tourism knowledge that is so big in the Mediterranean area to any other area worldwide. And there are some initiatives already going on. So for example, with all the islands in the Mediterranean, we have created the network of the digital innovation hubs. All the islands with a digital innovation hub are working together now. And this is something that was promoted by the Balearic Islands, but at the end, every time more companies are getting together in order that they will going to receive the same services from going from one island to another. And this is something very interesting to break the barriers and to try to facilitate the possibility that the companies go to work to other places and to find new markets to increase their products and services. This is something in which the public administration, but also other entities should be involved. I think these kind of projects are fundamental to foster it. And then perhaps we can create a kind of alliance for the future in using these European projects, which are so important to get to know each other, on how can this project contribute this collaboration among also the private operators. I think this could be very interesting because we have mentioned here many times the big companies, the big tour operators, the big hotel chains. But at the end, when you are analyzing the tourism value chain, most of them are SMEs. So, and this is very important. Perhaps we have to take the focus there and to try to see how can we support those entities that are the ones that are creating the tourism experience and have also direct contact with the tourists.
Thank you very much, Dolores. Professor Anna, is developing alternative forms of tourism and or special interest tourism the right way to prolong the season and develop year-round tourism in your region or in other regions, according to your opinion? Or what are the interesting nature markets for islands in winter season? And can you give advice to other regions as a professor who are dealing with this topic of marketing?
Thank you. Yes. I think definitely the way to go is creating experiences. The idea of tourism, like I go on a plane or a boat, move from one place to another and just lie there and soak up on the sun, does not really work. It hasn't been working for a long time. All the problems that were already discussed, with the capacity of the islands. And of course, what we experience in Greece, I do not know in other regions, is that we get a lot of tourists that spend very little. They leave a lot of rubbish behind, but very little money. So obviously organizing themes and building a coherent storytelling for each place is what will bring high yield. And I mean, I penalize my students when they write good quality tourists, but I think it's a nice way. It's not very appropriate, but it's a nice way of describing the type of people that we want, that we will come, respect the local culture, respect the local way of life, take care of the environment, take beautiful memories back, and bring more people to our destinations. I think what we can do is work consistently for a wide scale of cultural change. And we need to change the culture of tourists, agribusinesses, cottage industry, all these small entrepreneurs that are really afraid of their entrepreneurship, and give them the understanding that what they do is complementary to each other. So, I mean, you cannot have gastronomy, tourism, if you do not have local good quality cheese producers, winemakers, supporting industries. So I believe that we can find themes, for example, local traditions, and not just, I'm not talking about folklore festivals, I'm talking about Kafka tours in Prague and James Joyce experiences in Dublin, and Papadiamadis experiences in Skiathos, and the nights in the nights in Rhodes in the castle, which just sits there and you go around and look at walls, and there is no story there. There is no narrative around the island. You have to look for it. So what we can do, and what academia can do, is train new generations of marketing professionals in understanding that we're talking about, there's no point in discussing supply and demand anymore. We have to go beyond supply and demand to the understanding that co-creation of meaningful experiences for the locals and the tourists is the only way to promote sustainable growth and development in the islands, especially small islands that have very little else to sustain the local economy. So I'm very happy to participate in projects like this one and the Winter Med that I was working with before, because I get so much from your discussions, listening to what has happened in other countries, like how this government to government and government to local communities cooperation is something that is very hard in Greece. So I will incorporate these ideas at the bottom level, the undergraduate student that will become the land worker, and then will become the manager, and will become the change agent. And I think this way, you sharing experiences and us crystallizing this experience into culture changing material will move things forward. And definitely themes, narratives, and storytelling is the way the world is going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Barbara, imam posljednje pitanje za vas. U stvari nekoliko pitanja u posljednjem
Barbara, I have a last question for you. Are you happy with outcomes of Intermed from the point of view of the topic that we are discussing now, all year sustainable development of the islands? Did pandemic COVID-19 brought something positive maybe? I think yes, in the sense that we started thinking about tourism in a new manner, about tourism that we want to see. As for outcomes, I think this is a long-term process. We started it with earlier projects in the earliest stage before COVID-19 pandemic. We started integrating cultural heritage into some projects relating to sustainable tourism. Would you like to conclude with something? Thank you, Barbara. I will give the word to Mr. Dalibor Cvitkovic, who initiated the cooperation as regards to sustainable tourism topics on your island. When I'm listening to all the presenters, I'm thinking one thing, and then when I have the floor, I change my mind, and then I started talking about something else. As for Lošinj, most of profit we did during July and August. These were peak months, and the island succeeded in doing good business, doing a good touristic business even during the COVID pandemics. But the problem of the main season are the school holidays. You can't impact on that. You can't influence them. Sun and sea is going to remain as a main product on Mediterranean. But apart from these products, we also have to develop some other activities. I agree. We decided for well-being and for implementing health and fitness tourism. I have a good example as for hotels working throughout the year. Restaurant in our main hotel got a Michelin star, and this is a great thing for all island and all Lošinj. So we succeeded in attracting guests and tourists to this restaurant. What our goal is to reach 40% of market in pre-season and post-season period. Yesterday, I came here with a ferry, and ferry has a winter time of sales. So when I'm talking about out of season period and holidays, it started on the 4th of October. So we have complete new atmosphere, complete new ferry schedules. So usually during summertime, journalists, when they come to Lošinj, they ask me, where do you live during winter? And it's hard for them to imagine that I live on the island of Lošinj. So we have to work on these things, on marketing Lošinj as also a community where people, where residents, natives live. There is a little danger if we talk about pre-season and islands concretely, because we are talking about city breaks, 3 to 4 days journeys. So you have overload because during 3 days of the weekend, you have to do, you have all touristic activity. And I would conclude by saying that I had an opportunity to work with Ferry Free last year, and all tourists were provided with free accommodation if they spend over 7 days on Lošinj. This is a great initiative. And my last words, tourism is something that we can all do, but if we don't control it, it can overwhelm us. Thank you, Dalibor. Thank you for leaving 3 minutes to colleague Nada. Nada, are there any similarities between tourism on the islands and tourism in Istria County? Can you conclude by comparing these two? As for similarities, there are some in the sense of development of different kinds of tourism, different forms of tourism. so different forms apart from sun and sea that you mentioned. This sun and sea as the main product is a burden. I mean, it's good to have it because of this you can develop other forms of tourism. If we didn't have it, I don't know if we would develop other forms of tourism, if we would even think about tourism. So these are important products, and it could be especially sensed during COVID pandemics. As for the islands, not to go for too long because I can't be short. I would just emphasize that islands should. I would use, let's say, faults, disadvantages or limitations of the islands, and I would turn them into advantages through sustainable tourism. Why do I say this? I have been working in tourism for a long, long time. Why do I say this? I'm just going to tell you this short story. I went through all the islands, almost all the islands in Croatia. And when I had small children, and when we went to Korčula Island, so when we reached the island, we came to the island, my daughter was used to eating cereals with milk, and this was something that she had to do every night. So we went to shop, to the store, and they didn't have milk because the ship with milk comes the next day. So this was 7 or 8 years ago. And I was surprised to hear that they don't have any milk because the ship with the milk didn't come that day. So I was thinking, what should I do now? My husband, of course, flipped. And I said, okay, just turn to, ignoring mode and to island mode. So my point is that islands can use their own contexts. This is the lifestyle of the island, but this has to be turned into the advantage, into benefit. So we also 7, 8 years ago, when we were on Korčula, we moved to island mode. We were thinking in the sense we don't have to do anything. So we don't have to have milk. My daughter doesn't have to have milk. We don't have to do anything. This is that island state of mind. And that's it. Thank you to all the speakers, for your insights as regards to tourism and islands. I just wanted to add one more thing. On Mali Lošinj, we just became top Croatian destination, and I got this information just yesterday. So Istria here, we have a representative from Istria and Mali Lošinj as top destination. Thank you to all the participants of this round table. We used our time for this panel, and I would just spend 1 minute of your time more. And I would like to tell you what topics we discussed in this panel. I marked everything that seemed interesting to me. I marked keywords, and as I marked them in English language, I'm going to read them out loud in English as well. Today we talked about
of people mentality, digital transformation, responsibility, optimism, general awareness rising, human touch, accessibility, social impact, European projects, clear vision and mission, knowledge, tangible results, specific deadlines, time, means on projects, co-creation, domestic tourism. I would like to conclude with this. Thank you all participants. It was very interesting, at least for me. I hope it was for all of you. I hope we will be able to discuss about this topic in some future event. Thank you. Hvala vam svima.
Everybody.
Nina? Yeah. So Nagore, please, can you join us? Are you here?
Yes, I'm there. Yeah. Hello, do you see me? Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, we clearly hear you. Please.
Wonderful. All right, so thank you for entrusting me partially on these conclusions. I've been remotely following the full days event. I want to thank everyone that actually was lucky, I would say, enough to go to Croatia. I was the unlucky ones that was remotely, but I think that it was a relevant event for the WinterMed project and also for what this project entails and wanted to accomplish, in the sense that what I saw was many different views from different types of stakeholders aligning in the same concepts, which is usually difficult to achieve. So congratulations to everyone. The key points that I would like to highlight, thanks to what you were highlighting during the day, you that are there and the other colleagues that were online as well. First, Tommaso was very clear this morning saying that there needs dialogue to actually implement what we said that we wanted to do. And many of the different persons that I spoke today actually agreed with him, because they were insisting on the importance. For instance, the person for Anchi Toscana was insisting on the importance of everyone's role in the full value chain, that everyone has to be part of that dialogue and has to have their input. We were stressing during the day quite a lot the collaboration and how that is relevant not only from the public and public perspective, but also the public and private perspective. Also, how this awareness that this jargon that we tend to use when we are in European projects and working from the, so to speak, theory of tourism, is not actually embedding our local societies, and we need to raise the awareness so that society and the local level actually embrace this as well and give us their input, really. So this further awareness and communication in a language and in a format that it can be acted on. So from the dialogue moving into the action. And towards that action, quite a lot of key topics were mentioned as well. And I continue in this kind of list. The relevance of connectivity, since we are islands, and we really need to have connectivity on the shoulder seasons so that this year-round tourism actually transform itself into a reality, not just a dialogue that we have. Also, we need to have from our supply side that 90% of the time, 80% or 80 to 90% of the companies that are locally attached to a destination, they are micro SMEs. We need to actually offer the best experience we can year round, and it needs to be attractive, and it needs to be attracting. And this was Eudokia and some other speakers that mentioned this, and our colleague from Greece also was saying that it has to be attracting discerning customers, which is actually mentioned in the strategy and is mentioned by many of the regional action plans that are part of the project. And in that sense, something that we have to go on working on is in order to get support, in order to get access to funding, because funding was part of the dialogue also, to be able to accomplish it at the local level, regional level, and country level, there needs to be, as the Croatian colleague was mentioning, the criteria to access to that funding has to be subject to you already demonstrating that you've been doing things that are in a sustainable way. Otherwise, why should we give you funding? So it's a full cycle, and it's actually circular in that sense. And the last point that I would like to make in these conclusions, because you made it through the day, so it's not my thinking, is that we need to have a favorable regulation framework that actually facilitates this collaboration, this cross-border collaboration, this collaboration vertically and horizontally, public-public and public-private, in that sense both. And also a change in the way we measure and the way we also address carrying capacity so that the indicators actually reflect to what we want to achieve, and this sustainability transform itself into something that we can actually measure. And there's quite a lot of work to be done there. So that's my part of the conclusions. Christina, over to you. Thank you very much again. Very honored with the feedback that we were receiving today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nagore, and I want to congratulate you on the very good job you have done in creating the WinterMed strategy. And many people confirmed this today, so it's not just my opinion. So thank you. I hope we will see soon. Bye. So at the end of today's event, I would like to summarize the main issues discussed today in 2 sentences. Today, in focus were Mediterranean islands, sustainable tourism, year-round tourism, cooperation, and knowledge transfer. I hope that experience gathered during the implementation of WinterMed project and presented today will inspire other destinations and decision makers to empower and respect local communities in order to preserve local values and cultures, nature and natural resources, and create pleasant places to live and to visit. The care of people, culture, and natural heritage and environment is a good business policy because preservation of all these resources creates a base for future attractiveness of destination. I think that I can say that the main message of that we want to say today, and this is not just my opinion, is that tourism is not a problem. Tourism is a solution if it is managed wisely. I want to thank you all for your participation and contribution. I wish you all a pleasant stay in Istria, and I hope you will return as a tourist. Thank you.
Merci.